And here we are. Hello, dear brother Chris.
How you doing, brother?
How are you doing?
Good, man. Good. Can you
Good,
hear me
man. I
okay?
hope my audio is okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
Sorry?
You're good. You're good. Am I okay?
Um, Speak a moment.
Let me turn this. Is that better?
Yeah, man. That's got the fullness of your voice. We
Yeah,
want
let
to hear
me
that
let
voice.
me even amp this up a little bit more. How's that? Good.
Good. 100%.
Hopefully it doesn't. Because I have that auto thing on. It does the auto volume. Maybe I might turn it off if it keeps because it lowers me sometimes like way too much.
I turn it off. It's
Yeah.
a pain in the butt. I don't know what to do with it. So I just
Nice.
leave it off.
Good call. Good
Here
call.
we are. We've got quite a topic today. And for those of you that don't know Chris Minor is he's a bit of a rock star. Um, he's a musician from a band. He was a front man in a band, and he's a songwriter. He's a creative. He's also an incredible researcher, and he's a philosopher of spiritual sciences and the occult. And he's
You're
a
way
grand
too
guy.
kind, man. Way too kind to me. Way too
No,
kind.
it's true, brother. It's true, brother. You've done a lot of homework. Homework is really what we're going to be talking about here. And yeah, so do you want to say a few words about yourself?
I am just excited to actually be doing this finally. It's been a while since I've been on the round table, and me and you did a show not too long ago, but I never posted it because I still been working on posting things on my channel, and I was like, we just got to go live. This way, I can't procrastinate.
Yeah, for those of you that missed the yesterday, that was my bad, and
Both
I
our bads. Both
basically
our bads.
didn't
We both weren't
check
thinking.
time zones. I said like Tuesday, great. It didn't occur to me that his Tuesday is not the same as mine, and I just ran with like a dog with a ball in the mouth, as the metaphor goes.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking either until it was too late, and I saw you call, and I was like, oh God. So all good though. All good. We're here now.
Yeah. So I'm just making sure that people know we're live in Telegram because I made the courtesy of messing up again. You know me, when I make mistakes in style. It's always when I start a new project. I normally have like a lot of things on my plate,
Was
and
it
it's an
the
exciting.
10 was it the 10 GMT? Is that wrong or something?
Yeah, it's. I got the GMT time zone. I put it on my time zone, which is GMT +2, and it was not
Ah,
particularly clever, but it is and was what it was. And so I'm just letting people know live now in a couple of spaces.
all these time
And
zones are so hard to keep
yeah,
track
man,
of. That's why I just I put South Africa on my on my phone at the clock as one of my
lovely
clocks.
brother.
So now it's like if I need to know the time you're on, bam. That's the only way to do it at this point.
So the end game of the dark magi, transhumanism. Where
Yeah.
are we going? Are they sculpting our reality? Are they getting into our brains and into our minds and programming our very dream state, the way that we perceive and experience reality, our expectations, our thinking programs, our behavioral patterns, our children? Are they messing with our pets? I mean, just how far does this go? What is the extent? What is their goal? Where do they plan to take this little crazy adventure? This demo of craziness, demo crazy. They call it democracy, but we've got a big idea about what exactly is going on. At least in ancient Greece, the so-called democrats were given 1 year in office, and after that, they were audited. And if there was anything amiss, they were sent off on their merry little journey from this world. We live in a very different world. What are your thoughts to kick the ball off, dear Chris?
I mean, I think you know me, and I'm on the. I'm very much a student and I guess I promote the Steinerian kind of view on this topic in particular. Just the topic of where we're going in the future, because I think he was right. I think this Ahrimanic current he spoke about, which is basically the same thing as transhumanism, It's a little more complicated than that, but a lot of aspects of the transhumanist future we see coming our way, I think that's kind of what it's looking like. I don't see really any option and any way out of that future at this point. And he even said it himself that we were going to be going into the eighth sphere, which is a invisible realm, basically a virtual invisible realm that was all around us, always has been all around us, and it contains lower entities, basically entities that don't have very good intentions for the human race. And he said the only thing you could do is make it through.
Yeah, man, that eighth sphere. It makes me think of research. It's in one of my videos somewhere here. It's got to do with the giants and Shemyaza and those ancient stories.
Tell me about it.
And
Tell me more about this. I haven't heard much about Chimnyaza.
okay, so like basically, and this story is found. There's a book of the giants called the Oglia, the Ogham, the Oga. It's in various languages. Arabic is like a very intact version. Also,
I have to
there's
say it's
versions
so
in.
weird you're bringing this up, because I was just looking into giants in the book of the giants from Enoch in particular the other day for no reason, just popped up like yesterday. So it's very synchronistic that you were mentioning it. But go ahead.
We're on the same wave,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah.
Yeah, man. And very intact copies with the Persia. There's stories in the Norse about the giants. A lot of the stories dovetail. There's stories in Vedic lands about the Rakshas. In the Rakshas is who they were in India. These were the children of the Asuras. The Asuras, when the god beings, demigods, whatever we're going to call them, came to Earth, there was a splitting of their ranks. Some of them changed on this planet and started eating flesh, humans and other flesh. Some of them remained pure. Those that changed started to transform their bodies and their consciousness. Those became the Asuras. So the Asuras and the Devis and the Devas come from the same realms originally. These are the stories that I've been able to put together. And the Asuras created Rakshas. And the Rakshas were these gigantic, monstrous beings that preyed on human beings. And they worked for the Asuras. Now, if you go to Persia and you go to the Arabic world, they were called the Yakshas. If you go to the Israeli world, they were called the, they were the Anakim, that are the relevant equivalent of the Rakshas. And then there are the Nephilim, which are the equivalent of the Asuras. And so you go to your Norse lands, you've got these giants, and then you've got the gods, the devas. In interesting point of reference, they change a lot of the terms around in Persia and India, which is really interesting. Like you go to Persia, the devas are the bad guys. You go to India, the devas are the good guys. So anyway, there were these great and terrible wars.
That is strange. What the hell? What happened there? Why did everything switch?
I think that there was, if we look at the Sumerian account, there were different factions. And the one faction tried to demonize the other faction. And that faction basically had a huge army, and they stood with the giants. And the other faction, so basically they were all from Nibiru, according to the Sumerian accounts. And they came to Earth, and the Sumerians speak about the Igigi being gigantic beings that were stationed on Mars for a whole number of centuries.
Makes sense.
And then the flood was coming, because they could see that the Nibiru was going to break into the hammered bracelet and create a problem in our solar system, which they equated to great floods and problems, movement of the Earth in its orbit, and all of that story. So they were then fighting to get onto Earth. And then at that time, the lord of the Igigi was Marduk, the son of Ianki, who he was known as when he became the Supreme Lord of Earth. However, his brother Enlil had taken over from him. He then petitioned and brought the Igigi to Earth, and it states that there were 200 of them. Then you go to ancient Greece, and they speak about 200 of the Grigori that came to Earth from the heavens, and they took women as their wives. Then you see in the Bible, the angels came from heaven, 200 of them, and they took human women as their wives. There's this ancient story all over the planet. And it also mentions, yeah, brother.
This part about the giants, the race of giants you mentioned that were on Mars. This is kind of where things come back in parallel with Steiner's teachings about the Marsmen. Same with Casey. Edward Casey said the same thing. And it was this group, I guess, of a civilization that was prior to ours on Earth, and some of the civilization that survived their destruction, which I believe it was kind of like a similar thing to Atlantis, mixed like a self-destruction mixed with like kind of outwardly destruction, like it was kind of both at once, maybe asteroids, maybe technology, but they basically found a way to reincarnate here. And he called them the Marsmen, just like Casey said, I think something very similar to this. And he said this, you could see this current in transhumanism because they have this thing about genetic manipulation that they really like want to, I guess, live forever. So, look at Musk. I mean, he would be a perfect example of this. He's trying to get back to Mars. It's like he has this type of reincarnated soul from this ancient Mars men group of individuals, and he doesn't even know it. Maybe he does know it. I don't know.
It's funny that you mentioned the Musketeer. I was thinking of the Trumptafarian and the Musketeerian unity, and just exactly who's riding who and which one's gonna behave. Yeah. You know, it's a really funny little duet there. And have you noticed how incoherent he's becoming over the last few weeks? He's becoming systematically more incoherent. I heard a clip of him talking, and the guy was barely able to converse in English. I was like, is this guy's suddenly first language something else?
Which one?
The Musketeer.
Really? I haven't seen much of him. I don't, it's hard. Sometimes you see stuff on YouTube that pops up that's like more mainstream. I haven't really been getting much news popping up in my feed, so I haven't really looked at anything. But he's having trouble talking and stuff?
Yeah, he's becoming more and more incoherent the closer he gets to Musk. Maybe Musk has been penetrating.
Oh, Trump is. Okay, Trump is. That's interesting.
Trump is getting into his head, man. I think Trump is far more dangerous and intelligent than he's given credit for.
Well, supposedly,
he plays the role of an idiot, right?
Yeah, and he also has Musk apparently staying at his house, they're saying, like down in Mar-a-Lago. Like, what's going on with
this? Wow, we got that Austin Powers behave joke right in here because we don't know who's writing who.
Yeah.
But I call him the Musketeerian, right? Because the Musk IT Aryan is a group of little white boys that's very close to the IT circle. And you know what the IT circle, how good they feel about children. Hence, Musk rode through, he passed Begin, went through the gates with a big bill in his hand, and they all made a lot of money. And this little trio, Bill Gates, Musk, and Trump, and just exactly how Mr. Gates has managed to stay out of the media. Very interesting. I mean, he bought up all the farmland. So, okay, now we're getting into the agenda. Just to go back to the story. So these beings came, took wives of women, it angered God, the whole story. It's pretty much universal. But now it gets interesting. Shem Yaza got the name the Tetragrammaton given to him by the good guys. They gave him the name knowing that he would give it to the giants. I'm not sure exactly how this worked out, but somehow they destroyed themselves. And during that great fight, Shem Yaza turns on the giants, now Shem Yaza was a giant himself. I think that this is Enoch, perhaps.
Okay.
But he turns on the giants. They get together, they vanquish the giants, and they cast them into a pit in the earth. Okay. Now, the other accounts say that Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, and all of them lot, and Ariel got together and vanquished them and put them into this etheric space. And so they were trapped there. Now, well, I believe that we are talking about like tens of thousands of years ago, at least.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't know how long, but I would say it's a long time ago. So, but all the giants hadn't been vanquished. There were 3 giant kings, according to what I can find, that still survived. And one of them we hear about in the Bible later was King David.
So
Right?
this is almost kind of parallel to
Goliath.
the Genesis 6 story of like there was the flood, but then not all of the giants were taken care of, and you have the saying a lot of the Christian truther movement will always quote that Genesis 6, I think, phrase where it'll be again like it was in the days of Noah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think the Nephilim were all banished to this place. And that, I think, is this 8th sphere. And then we've got this mystery in the Kabbalah of Duat. And Duat is the sphere that is but is not. And it's related to the abyss. And the abyss is sort of like that bottomless pit that we hear about in the Bible, which I believe is the same as the 8th sphere. I mean, I've had my own experience in this domain when I had basically been trapped for what seemed like many months out of my body. I thought my body had rotted and been buried and stuff, because I went too far. I played with occult forces I shouldn't have been playing with. I wasn't ready. You can build yantras out of color and geometric patterns. And if you meditate on it astutely and you spend hours, you will get sucked into it out of your body, and you will travel through it, consciously project through the etheric into the astral. And if you're having fun and you're out there like, wow, you can go so far that you don't know where you are.
I've heard of this. I've heard of this happening with
forget it, mate. You can
like someone was talking about a book recently where the guy was describing this whole process of how he was eventually getting into the astral, but it was like a long process. But by the end of it, during one of his experiences, I guess he was gone so long that when he woke up, he was covered in cold piss. Like he'd pissed himself, but it was cold. So he didn't even wake up when it happened. That's how like out of it, like he was.
Yeah, I started my process before midnight, and it was quite early in that I went out because I had prepared myself. So I must have projected out 12 midnight, that kind of time. That was when I'd planned it for. So I started preparing and working with my yantra and meditating on it and focusing. And when I came back into my body, it was sunrise. So I was 6 hours wherever I was. And it felt like from my apparent passing of time, I would say anything from 3 to 6 months I lived. That's what it was like. After what I thought was 2 or 3 weeks, I was like, my body can't be still. Because in the etheric time, there's only a small compression of time in the etheric. But when you're in the astral, compression of time is like a whole dimensional. You're so much bigger.
It sounds like Inception, like how they had more time every realm deeper they went in the dream state in the movie Inception. They would just have more time, like that was passing. They had more time to do basically more things in the deeper states than they would in the real world. So like they'd be asleep 10 seconds in the first level, they'd actually be there for an hour, and the second level they'd be there for 10 hours. So it just kept getting like time was stretched.
Yeah, man. I think it's because like in the physical body, we're compressed, and time is compressed into small little units. And in the etheric, it's not so compressed. In the astral, it's like way less compressed. And in the causal, it's like it's not even compressed at all. It's like the Akashic field. You have access to the future and the past right now, and other time zones. And so one can, in the Akasha, remember something that happened thousands of years ago or in the future, and bring that information from the Akash into the physical body.
See, there's something about the Akashic records that I've been having trouble understanding a little bit, and it's whether or not they're connected to the 8th sphere. because it seems like if they're not, then they're trying to create an artificial Akashic record within the eighth sphere via the cloud. Like this is what they even have a crypto at this point, I think, called Akash that they're attempting to use for cloud storage.
Wow. Yeah, I think.
Do you think it is connected, or do you think it's separate?
I think the Akash is there and here, the real Akash. And I would imagine that they are reconstructing. Like when I think of Akash, Ak means I, Ash, ash, and fire.
Mm-hmm.
So the fire in the eye, which is like the substance of consciousnness. And it's sort of the substance, it's the raw substance that is used to make this reality.
So in Robert Temple's book that came out recently that everyone's been talking about, a lot of people have, about plasma. It was the A New Science of Heaven. This is one of the things that started confusing me a little about it, because he was saying that these two Katolinsky clouds that are huge, they're gigantic plasma clouds that you can barely really see with they're almost invisible to the human eye, but they apparently are so large and they are capable of holding so much information because of the physical nature of the plasma itself, that they are potentially like a physical version of the Akashic records. And if you were able to tap them somehow, you could extract basically a record of the entire past, future, like it would be there. So he was theorizing that's like what the Akash is. This is the Akash. And I was like, I mean, I don't know. But the plasma seems to be related to the eighth sphere, because there are also what apparently, even in these papers written up by a bunch of these universities and these plasma physicists who are under NDAs, but you can get some of their work, not all of it. They talk about these invisible beings, or say, are around us, that are plasma beings. They have some sort of intelligence. It's almost like the work Wilhelm Reich was doing. He was seeing like these cloud beings that were made of plasma. One he called Ea, or EA, based on primordial matter. So it all seems to connect, and I just don't know where the heck. They must be trying to integrate the virtual with the plasma realm.
Yeah, I think plasma is the Akash leaves a residue here, and that residue I think we can call plasma, and it's like the glue that sticks things together, like as a poor description. And Akasha is the substance out of what these things are made out of. But from itself it draws. So the eighth sphere exists within the Akash. Reality exists within the Akash. The astral sphere exists within the Akash. Everything exists within the Akash. So it's like the one thing that connects all things to all things.
So it's like the ether almost.
The ether is if you imagine the Akash, if you look at the Akash, there's two components in it. One component is ether, one component is astral. And the astral is the energy that powers the Akash, and the ether is the shapes that structures that energy. So you've got the structuring of form, and then you've got the energy that one is containers, sephirot of the etheric, and one is the spinning vortices of energy that fills those containers. But they have to be together. We think of them as separate, but they're actually two components of one. Like electromagnetism is reflections of this, right? Magnetism and electricity, they're not really separate. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah.
But we conceive of them as being two different things.
I wonder if they're trying to separate these worlds in a way, like on purpose, and like make some, I don't know which version would exist in what, like where would a digital world exist, in which version, which half of the, I guess, the electric half.
That's a really good question. Quantum computing, where it's going. Namaste, everybody. We've got Mexico. We've got Know Thyself. Slick Dissident. Namaste. Slick, let us know if you're about, if you're going to jump on and sling some words. We got the
No,
occult
no, thyself
examiner.
is my buddy too.
Who?
No, thyself is my buddy too. Yeah, long time buddy from back when all the lockdown started and stuff. So good dude.
Occult examiner.
Know thyself, know thyself.
Oh,
John, from
know
my buddy
thyself.
Justin. My buddy Justin, yeah.
Lovely. Well, welcome. Blessings. And Vincent, Mexico, dear Mexico. And I hope I haven't missed anybody that's mentioned in the chat. But welcome to all of you. And thank you for joining us. I hope you guys are going to enjoy this. So, yeah, you bring up an interesting point. And I've always thought about quantum computing. Like, what is that? And what is CERN? Is CERN a quantum computer?
It seems related, right? I mean, one thing about CERN that relates to what you were saying not too long back in the conversation when you mentioned how the Akash is part of everything, and it's like almost like a residue of everything. What they were finding in CERN and other particle colliders apparently was this dust that they thought was contamination when they were accelerating and colliding whatever the hell they're colliding. It seems like they're doing like light lasers, bouncing them off each other, which are like solidified lasers, solidified light, which is like hydrogen, all these atoms that they're just combining or they're ripping them apart. And they were finding this dust, and the dust they thought at first was contamination, but then later they were like, oh, no, that's coming from that's like extra. It shouldn't be there. Like, it's not in the mass of either of the original two elements. It's not a combination of the two elements that they were smashing. It's coming basically from like a 0 point. So they started to realize it was complex dusty plasma is what they started calling it. So then they started experimenting with this complex dusty plasma that seems to act like a natural version of metamaterials and other like MEMS, like these programmable matter. Like, that's what it seems to work like.
You know what I wonder? I wonder what color that dust was. Was it white?
I don't know. I don't know.
Could monatomic gold, could that be where they discovered it?
Ooh.
Could monatomic gold be that white dust? In other words, the Philosopher's Stone, is that how it was discovered? Could that be somehow related to that Akashic field? And because I know monatomic gold is being used to create this false astral and etheric planes, and CERN could be a part of it. And was that monatomic gold just being found? Was it being put there by people that were in the know, and the poor scientists didn't know what was going on, but like the dark magicians came in the middle of the night and went, hoo, hee, 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 ha, ha, ha. You know, they got their AI systems.
Oh, shoot. Did I lose them? So it's not me. Chat, can you still hear me or no? Okay. Oh,
sorry. I just switched internet connections. I don't know why that happened. Didn't happen before yesterday. I have to phone my broadband suppliers. But I was saying it reminds me of the Smurfs. With that magic dust.
There's a lot of weaves in the Smurfs, man. There's a lot of weaves in the Smurfs. I know Gabe probably could talk to that better than even we can with how much research he's done into the cartoons and everything like that, and how this symbolism is just weaved in and out of our childhood cartoons that we were shown. But they're homunculus too. They're homunculi, basically, the Smurfs, right?
I would say, but the interesting thing is that they're blue. I'm just sending a quick message to the Slick Dissident, just in case he's around and he wants to he wants to come and weave.
Yeah, he could be helpful with some of this stuff.
But I think you're right there. And the fact that their skin color is blue, And we see the ancient blue bloods, and in the Vedas, all of the devas and the devis are blue. And there's this dark wizard with his cat. What's his name?
Oh
Gargamel.
yeah,
Now,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Gargamel, you know what that reminds me of? The name of a giant. Oh, and he happens to be so huge. You
And
know?
there's some other stuff too, and I can't remember. See, I'm not great with the Smurfs because I didn't watch it much when I was a kid, but I know I've heard this discussed on like Juan's podcast, who talks about the homunculus stuff very frequently, and I know it falls in that realm somewhere. And there's a lot of alchemical symbolism in it, especially I think with the girl Smurf, the female Smurf, and because she's different, I think, than the men, the boys.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I haven't watched the Smurfs too much, but there's definitely something. There's definitely a homunculus connection because it obviously the homunculus relates to, I think it relates to recesses in the human genes, to an aspect of ourselves which is less physical. So there must have been a time before we. Okay, so let's get to that story. So these beings, these giants got together and they tricked humanity. And they managed to change reality to keep us locked into this reality in a slightly different way. So we were in like one kind of reality, and the giants got together, conspired, and shifted our reality. And in the process of shifting our reality, they trapped themselves. Then, once they were vanquished, they couldn't come out and they couldn't take birth again because they'd shifted the reality. They were given the technology how to shift the reality, knowing that they would use it to entrap themselves. So they are now trapped in the eighth sphere, waiting for the exhaust of the universe to turn them into microdusts and make them start the journey of the amoeba, losing their identity and their consciousness and everything getting churned out into pieces by like the abyss. It's like an exhaust. And I fought for my life in the pits.
Tell
Like
me
it
more.
got to the point where I was taken in there, and this being was trying to get in here and take charge. And this epic war for my mind went
Is
on.
that the Guardian of the Threshold? That's usually what the Guardian of the Threshold is described as, especially the experience of him in this area of this chakra, basically the one here. Like usually, like I've heard stories of this being, and it's always a fight. It's always like a battle, and usually once you get through this character, this entity, then you basically break through to a different realm of the, I don't know. I'm so bad with the astral and etheric differences.
I was in the etheric, and then I was in the astral, and I was in the astral for a long time. And the astral is like there's no form there; it's just pure energy, and whatever your emotions bring into your consciousness, reality suddenly starts to mirror that. It's like you're in a fluid, a liquid,
So
but
like
there's no up, there's no
you
down.
start getting entities that don't really exist in the world that we're in now, but it's kind of like subconscious entities that are being created by your mind.
Well, for me, the whole universe was me
Mm-hmm.
as a fluid around me. And at some point, I realized, okay, well, my body's not alive anymore because I searched for my body for weeks. And then I came to terms with the fact, okay, so like there's no way my body could have survived now. When I left my body, my heart stopped beating. That's what I noticed. And I don't know how long my body can be in stasis without a beating heart. So it's going to get thirsty. It's going to da 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 da. There's no way it can still be alive. It's been weeks or months that I've been out of the body. I started to accept my fate. So I was like, okay, so now what? And then I investigated my space. There was like there was a place within the place where you could go into it, and there was like, you can call it the void, but it's like an infinite density. If you soak into it, you soak into this, and it's like the membrane between all the things. Then you're in like a space where you can't move and you can't think. But then you soak out of it and you can move and think again. And at some point, fear came, and then I could hear them, and I could smell them, and I could sense them, and they move funny. They move there, then they come out there. Then they move there and they come out here. Then they move there and they come out there.
I've
And
heard
each
about
time they
this.
move, there's like an electrical discharge that you can smell. It's like an electrical thing. And they were coming for me, and I ran. I ran and I couldn't outrun them. And then I was like, I'll hide in that place I discovered. And I like soaked into that place. But every time I soaked in, I couldn't think, I couldn't rationalize, I couldn't plan. I was just, and then I'd come out and they're there. Oh, damn, they were still on me. And I kept going for a long, long time until I realized this is futile. And I was like, okay, let's do this. So I stopped to confront them and fight. And the moment I stopped to confront them, then they took me. They took me in the spiral, and then I was spinning. And I was spinning that way. I was spinning to my left, downwards, and then the whole universe opened up, and then there was this hierarchies of these archonic beings like lining the walls, but they had geometry to their form. And if I looked within the form of the one, that form was made out of smaller ones. And then some of them were like higher ranked, and they had like fancy armor and fancy insignias, and they were made out of smaller ones and smaller ones and smaller ones. And I kept rotating to the left, and the music got really weird and cringy and like just
Uncomfortable.
it was discordant music. It was disturbing me. And then I was in the bottom of the space, and there was no bottom, and I was like, holy crap, this is like there's no bottom here. And then this thing was on me, and I had this, it was like I was in a gladiatorial arena with all of these archonic beings like lining the walls, like going up like this huge spiral staircase without stairs. And then this thing came at me, and the more I resisted this thing, the stronger it got. The more I focused, and I went into a deep meditation, and I made my mind become like a spear to resist it, the stronger it was. The harder I forced at it, the harder it forced at me. And I just realized it was going on, and I would be weakening to the point that I was going to collapse, and I would go deep within myself, and there'd be this firebird phoenix, and I'd be like recharged, and I'd be like empowered, and I don't know how long this battle went on. It felt like weeks. And then I suddenly felt sorry for this being. I was like, shame. This is what you do. This is your thing. What kind of an existence is this? And I started actually feeling like compassion.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm feeling bad for myself. What about this being? Look what this being has to do. And it cringed. And some part of me inside said, really? That's your Achilles heel? You're joking, man. That? And it shrank. And then the more I felt compassion for it, it shrank until it didn't exist anymore. And then I realized that thing was me. And then I was turning the opposite side. And then the archons turned around, and they were angels. It's like their backs were angels. They turned around. And then the angels were made out of, bigger angels were made out of smaller beings. It's like a fractal of beings. And as I rose up, the music started to become really, sounded like arias. You know, like there's arias, like these children's voices and just beautiful songs. And I was like getting like lost, and I was euphoric until I got to a point. And then I heard this unanimous agreement of that's as far as you're allowed to go. I was like, oh. And I could see up there the colors were becoming the blues, the lavenders, those beautiful colors. And the music was just getting more intoxicating. And then I started to vibrate faster and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. And as I noticed, I was vibrating again because I'd lost my vibration in that space. Then I was back in the field of vibration. So you're not in the world of vibration when you're in that space. And then suddenly that being was with me, was inside of me, like what people talk about, the Christos or Emmanuel, whatever. And I was like, hold on, you're like inside me. Like like I'm a part of you. And that being was with me, showing me. And then this resonance became more like bumpy and bumpy and bumpy and bumpy and bumpy and bumpy and bumpy, until I noticed, hold on, I'm inside something. Something's inside of me. And then I noticed I was sitting in the lotus posture, and I was back in my body that was sitting, because my body was sitting in the lotus posture when I did this, like 11 p.m. And then
so
when
much
I
of
came
this,
back in at sunrise, my body was still in the same posture.
yeah, I mean, so much of this maps on like word for word to other, like specifically there was one that was just spoken about on Mysterious Universe a few weeks ago, a book that they covered. I think it's called The Secret Fire of Alchemy, and it was this guy's experience of this back some years ago, like back in the 80s when he first went through all this. Sound like almost like same type of experiences, obviously different because it's individualized to him based on what he would, but like same steps of like the entities you were, then it was the music, like every single thing matches up, which is great because that's how we get confirmation that this is all legitimate. Because there's no way there's multiple people saying this is happening if it's not really happening, who have no idea who each other are.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It changed my life.
Yeah, that's what happened with this
After
guy
that,
too.
my life was changed. Like I was very different. I was never gonna, um, like that's when I knew, um, that I had to go to the Himalayas on like some incredible journey. And
That's the same thing this guy had to do. He said he like after it was all his whole experience was over, he was like, I got to go to the Himalayan mountains. I got to get the hell out of here. He like couldn't
and
be
then I had
literally.
this recognition that I need to go there, and
Yeah,
I was
he
like,
did
I
the
don't
same
have
thing.
money. I gave
You
up
might
all
know.
my possessions. I had
Maybe you know the
no
guy.
money. I had nothing. I was just like, how am I going to get there? And I just said, well, okay, if you want me there, put me there,
That's
and
crazy.
it put me there. Like, took me
That's
on a
wild.
journey through Israel, and then I got there. But anyway, my interesting point was I was there as food. I felt like they were all out waiting for lunch,
Makes
and I
sense.
was lunch, and they were gonna like eat me or something.
I
It
mean,
was some
that's
kind of a dark ritual. That's what it felt like. So like that's my brushing up with something as close to that as I can feel. Like there was this ominous presence of all of these beings that will scare the heck out of you. And there's no time for fear. Because if you fear, you become weak. So you have to go within yourself and find that strength of like resilience of like, no, I am me. I am me. I will not be who you want me to. I am who I am. Kind of solidness.
it's
And
your will, basically, right? You really need to tap into your own will because that's the only thing that's going to get you through.
yeah, so these beings were put into this other astral etheric prison by the Shem Yaza or the angels. Depends which story you take. After this great war, and the tetragrammaton was used, and that's how the tetragrammaton got to humans. We weren't supposed to have it. Just these are these old stories. So it's it's called the Fikr oath. The Fikr oath. And what do we do these days? We fikr. Fikr, your bank has to fikr. That's where I found these words. I was interesting. Like I've got to fikr my bank account. It's got to do with registering you and your address, and all of your private details have got to be in a fikr. In South Africa, we call it fikr. I don't know what you call it in your country, but it must be the same. It must be an international term.
Wait, say it again. It's for just registering. I mean, it might
It's 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 your
they might call it that. I'm not good with bank terms. It might be a ledger.
it's my digital banking identity. Needs to be fikr. And in South Africa, if you buy a SIM card, you want to activate it to put it in your phone, it's got to be fikr. But now the fikr
I've
process is
never heard that
automatic.
actually. I've never heard that term actually here. I don't know. Maybe
Um,
I could just not
fikr,
be aware of it.
let me see. Anyway, I came across this and I was like, that's um, what does it mean to fikr your bank account? Financial Intelligence Center. Well, we call it FICA here in South Africa, FICA. So the Financial Intelligence Center
I'm talking about
Act.
I think it's FICA here. FICA is what I've heard it called, but I might be
Yes.
wrong. I might be wrong in how you're saying it, but I mean how I'm
No,
saying it. I mean,
that's exactly it. That's exactly it. FICA,
yeah,
FICA.
yeah.
My term could be wrong, but that's what that oath was called. The FICA,
That's
FICA oath.
weird.
And that oath is the name, the Tetragrammaton, that was this great oath that was broken, and it was related to these tablets. The Ark of the Covenant might be remnants of this. And the Shem Yaza, whichever giant had these tablets, had great powers. And they speak about these tablets coming from Nibiru. And one of the princes from Nibiru gets his hands on these tablets and steals them, and he becomes almost invincible with power. But he is vanquished by who seems to be Hermes, using great magical power to trick him and trap him so they can get the tablets away from him. So, but these tablets then were a remnant of the fikr. They were literal objects that were used to communicate with Nibiru to Earth. They were first brought to Earth by the renegade called Alalu, who was the first Nibiran to come to Earth and discover Earth. And it states that he used these tablets to communicate with Nibiru. So it's a communication device, but it's got all sorts of other properties. It makes you like powerful. You've got all sorts of powers when you have these tablets. I like your
Like with the Black Mirror. It's black obsidian, Black Mirror.
So now we get back to what you're talking about with supercomputers and quantum computing.
Well,
and creating what you were saying.
And here's a thought that I've heard. I think I've heard this from other people, maybe not as clearly as I hope to try to explain it. And I don't even know if the science is correct on this. But it is what the accepted science right now would be this in the quantum realm, at least. And it has to do with this kind of, the spooky action at a distance, but now you get two particles that are phase locked. So they're saying if we're all holographic entities, basically, of light, solidified light, then we must all be phase locked with another entity somewhere, and phase locked isn't the right word. I can't believe my mind is blanking on the word that I'm thinking of right now. What is the word I'm looking for here? When two electrons are phase locked, they're in
quantum entanglement.
They're entangled. There you go. So we all must be entangled with some source somewhere, and that could be we are made in the image of the creator, which is this source. But it seems like what they want to do is break that entanglement and re-entangle us with something else in the physical. And I kind of think that's what they're trying to do. But now entanglement, there's some issues with entanglement when you look at like Ken Wheeler's work, because he's like, the quantum guys who don't know what the hell they're talking about. There's this double slit experiment he says is nonsense. So this spooky action at a distance, then it's really not that there are two separate electrons traveling a huge distance. It's actually a perturbation of the ether it's always connected. So like they're acting like they're changing one thing and it's magically changing the other thing, the electron in another place, but really like the ether is being ripped or it's being excited, and it's causing like this whole line of a connected, basically a connected like output of some sort, whether it's a light, whether it's energy, and they're always connected. So yeah, of course, if you spin one, the other one's going to spin because it's actually connected by the ether the whole time, and it manifests from the ether.
When you say that, it makes total sense, because I know a lot of people were raving about using monatomic gold about 15 years ago. It was a big thing. And since then, I'm sure it seems to have fallen into disuse. But it was a big thing. And a lot of people were reporting that when they used the monatomic gold or the philosopher's stone, people were getting access to it. People were selling it. People were distributing what they said was the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And people said that when they took it, they either got sick, some of them left their physical bodies for good. Others felt that they had been trapped into some kind of an artificial etheric or astral plane. Like it changed the way we experience the other energetic realities. And so it makes me think of this, I I can't think of the term. There's all this stuff, particles that's in the air for engineering, re-engineering of the weather, which is a big part of the agenda.
Mhm.
But what is it? Graphene.
Graphene, yeah. That's
What
basically
properties
like
does graphene have?
it's basically lead that's been like it's the thinnest, I guess, like a thin sheet of lead. Because the way they discovered it was they put tape on lead and they ripped the tape off and they had a thin layer of the lead and it was I think it's hexagon shaped in its like a formation, but it's basically a layer of lead, just a very thin layer.
It's monatomic lead. So we've got monatomic gold, we've got monatomic lead. Lead and gold are very close.
Mm-hmm.
They're so close that it's easy to make lead become gold, according to the old alchemists. That was the test.
Oh yeah, lead to
So
gold.
if you've got monatomic lead in yourself and you get exposed to just a small amount of monatomic gold, it will turn all that monatomic lead to monatomic gold potentially. That was
I
the
mean,
alchemical test. What
yeah,
an interesting concept.
that definitely could be a thing. I mean, I wouldn't know if that would work, but yeah, it sounds like it would.
Because the human body is like an alchemical engine. So one would imagine that all of those alchemical processes of heating and distilling and those look like biological processes we're copying.
Yeah, well, I agree with that 100%.
So
I
like
almost
if the
think
body's
I have a feeling the lead into gold, like physical thing, was like this is just to throw people in a direction that the real alchemists weren't wanting to go down. They wanted to let the alchemists who were into the more materialistic aspects do that, but they were trying to do it internal. It's all biological internal processing.
I think that my impression is that it's dual. It's both. In order, okay, so they had to do the inner alchemy in order to perfect themselves, right? And if you're not ready for this big change, you would not survive the experience. Then there was another thing of actually making the philosopher's stone, which you would then eat, and that eating of that philosopher's stone would then, like, maybe like these monatomic filaments, the DNA might become bound like a caduceus over this monatomic shaft of gold, and it could like give structure to the DNA so that your cordons don't deteriorate, so your DNA would then last longer and you wouldn't have this constant breaking down of cells. In other words, your cells would have a longer cell life. So instead of your blood needing to be replaced in 10 days, maybe your blood could be replaced in 50 days or 100 days. But that's like 10 times your lifespan.
Okay, I could see. Part of me thinks that like we might have had a problem when they started ingesting things instead of just perfecting themselves internally, because they might have stopped doing the internal work and just going straight for the let's make something externally and then let's take it and let's see if we can live forever. And that seems to be where we're at now with like all these transhumanist, post-humanist, black brotherhood type families they seem to be all into the life extension technology. You could tell how dark their souls are by the way they look, even on the outside at this point. They're like withering away. And I mean, you could even see now like what they did with the whole agenda with the trans agenda before the transhumanist agenda, like
Yeah.
the surgeries, the medications that broke down people who are all now working in the tech and life extension and transhumanist type of biodigital converging technologies industries, and they're all seeking the same life extension technologies now because they recognize in themselves that they're dying because of what they were tricked into doing to themselves or wanted to do to themselves, and it didn't work and it's hurting them, and they're going to have a shorter life if they don't find a way to get the AI to fix their biological body and turn it into some sort of I guess synthetic avatar.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You know, you definitely onto something there with these crazy people and their life extension. What happened here? Sorry, there we go. You're definitely onto something with these crazy people and their life extending technologies. It does seem to be a twofold thing. Like they want to extend their own lives, but shorten our lives. That seems to be what's going on. Yeah, the food, the water, the 6G, 7G, the other radiation technology that they're using, the the plastics in our homes, the microplastics in our food, these estrogens, the genetic modification of food, the
Mm-hmm.
water filtration processes that are being used. That's all about cheap and putting chemicals in the water because it's cheaper to make the water potable, and obviously the breakdown of our farming, and that brings us to the Mr. Gates phenomenon. So I think we've sort of looked at the eighth sphere to like a basic idea, but when you talk about this life extending technology, I wonder if there's a connection there to do with being able to interface directly with the eighth sphere.
Well, this is like what I was talking about with the entanglement. So I think they think, and I'm not sure if this is correct or not, and I don't know, and that's why when I brought up Ken Wheeler's work, I really wish I needed to. I've talked to him once before. I need to talk to him again because I briefly spoke to him, like back and forth in comments a little bit, but that was it. I need to send the guy an email because I said I was gonna. Because I have a question about this entanglement process and if there really is an entanglement or if it's just always like it's an ether perturbation that's always connected. Because if it's always connected to each other, then I don't know if you can break that bond then and re-entangle the consciousness and the individual with another entity. But if they can do that, then it seems like they're trying to like entangle us to the blockchain somehow or entangle us to some sort of consciousness machine that can put us in some sort of metaverse type of augmented reality where we have a digital twin that we're wrapped up with and we just kind of sit there almost matrix style and project ourselves, and if you're richer then maybe you get a biological avatar that they let you entangle your consciousness with and go out and use in the real world.
I think you've got an interesting point there because when I was little and I drowned, the first thing that I noticed when I was like my body went and all of that stuff, and then I was like out of my body, and there was sound and everything was vibrating. And in that vibration, I felt like I was connected to every other vibrating thing out there. And like we've got this harmonic resonant frequency of consciousness vibrating through us. And so it depends on our vibrational state to what we are in sync with. And if
Exactly.
like music, if I strum a C note on one guitar, then if there's another guitar in the room and they're pitched the same, that C is going to vibrate. If I play
Exactly.
an E drum, the guitar's each E string will resonate.
Exactly. So see, part of me has no doubt that they could probably do this with our physical selves and our physical, the essence of us that is here. But deeper than that, and like the soul, I don't know if they can do that. That seems to me like beyond. I don't know if they could figure that out or if they have the things correct enough in their science to be able to do that, because it seems like that's what they want to do. They want to tokenize the soul in some way. I mean, they have
I
soul tokens already for Solana.
I think that the fundamental vibrational state of the consciousness field, namaste, welcome, Doc Spell. I hope you're good. Oh, and your mate was mentioning Mithres, cult examiner,
Mm,
um, and he also mentioned like the Medici family funding CERN. Very interesting. Like this Medici family keeps popping up in corners, like on the periphery of what's going on. They're never involved, but like they gave money, like the
yeah.
Medici
I
family
mean, the
gave
Mithraeus stuff
money.
too is everywhere. It's everywhere. There's so much Mithraeus, like this Mithraeus cult that seems.
It makes me think about the mob And it makes me think about the connection with the Pope, the Medici family, the mob, like these enterprises out there that are like international enterprises that are like huge financial instruments, different fingers of like a single organ kind of thing. Like for all we know, that like a family might own the mob, they might even own the church.
But wasn't
Like
there a
behind
show
closed.
with based on the Medici family and their how they were interwoven with like Leonardo da Vinci? Oh, I feel like there was a show where they were like they paid him to make shit for them.
I don't know.
I'm not sure
Namaste,
either.
Derek. I'm sorry I called you Dark Spell. It's Derek Spall. Cool, man. So you're from LinkedIn. Lovely. People from LinkedIn are finding us. That's sweet.
And I want to say to Derek, yeah, I'm not trying to say they're trying to separate us individually. They're trying to separate us as a group and then create like a hive mind out of all of us together, like make us all nodes in their new machine. And I guess use us as batteries to power their reality in a way. And not batteries like I don't think like batteries, but just like energy sources. Because we technically are like sources of infinite energy because of our souls, it seems like, because we have a connection to the metaphysical. We can reverse the second law of thermodynamics. Like a mother, I've said this before, a mother picking up a car off her child. That energy shouldn't be there. Like her body doesn't contain enough thermodynamic energy to actually lift that, but somehow she channels it from somewhere else, which is really like the metaphysical source, and she lifts the car off her child, and nothing else can do that except people. That's why they are always saying the second law of thermodynamics is wrong, because nothing reverses it, and they need to reverse the laws for them to be real. But humans reverse it, life reverses it. They just can't reverse it any other way.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, I've had experiences like that when I've had to. I remember being attacked by 4 guys with sickles, and
Yeah.
2 or 3 of them had sickles and knives. One had a sickle, one had a big knife, and they surrounded me. And I didn't have time to think. I was sitting on a bike, and I swept my ex-wife off. I sort of swept her off into the bushes, and somehow in that same move flipped off my bike, spun around, and the guy had my arm, and I reached up and I said, "Come into me," and this dark female came into me. I allowed myself to be possessed, and the bike was picked up and flicked like like a frisbee to the other side of the forest, somewhere like it was just close to Hikkadur, and I let out a blood-curdling scream. I didn't know I'd done it, and in my mind, I had visions of taking these people and breaking them in half with my hands, like that. Just take them and break them into pieces, and like whatever possessed me was like it just wanted to destroy them all, like break them into pieces. And then I had to. They ran away. They dropped their knives and their sickles and stuff because they saw this guy pick up a motorbike and flick it with a wrist, that it went spinning into the bushes, and then this blood-curdling scream. So like they were like, "What the hell is this? This isn't supposed to happen. Like you don't flick a motorbike like a frisbee."
Yeah.
And then it makes a woof 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 sounds as it goes off into the distance. So and another time I jumped when I held a spider. I put my hand under my sink in Sri Lanka. I had no ceilings and a high roof, and there was a spider the size of this. And I was looking for the cloth, and I knew there was a big spider underneath my thing, but I left him there. She never came to my place. She was always in her corner, and I was like, she's not hassling anyone. Besides, I want to come close. I want to get closer to these beings because I've always been afraid of them. And I grabbed the cloth, and I was like, the cloth feels hairy, and it was like a ball this big, and I felt the legs trying to open in my hand, and I just did that, and I bounced, and I almost hit the roof with my head, and I noticed, wow, I had jumped. My feet went higher than my head.
Yeah, man, this
And
happened.
I was like so high up. I remember my ex-wife was standing in the kitchen, and she saw me just go up there. And I landed. I didn't think. She said, "How did you do that?" I said, "Do what?" She said, your head touched that. And I looked up and I was like, okay, that's like about 13 feet. My head almost touched like 13, 14 feet up, like, because no ceiling roof, your roof is pretty high, you know, because like even here, I've got high ceilings and my ceilings are about 12, 13 feet. So the point of your roof, if it's like that, because I stepped back and I had this thing in my hand and I just flicked it like that, and I bounced. It's like I bounced. I didn't jump. I bounced off the soles of my feet. It was a weird sensation. But so I think like this phenomenon is a natural release of chi that happens when we are in our triple burners activated.
Chi, same type of principle. I'm trying to, that's kind of similar principle to what I'm talking about. It's like this life force, which is an energy that if they can tap into it, those who are trying to make this digital type of prison, then that's an energy source better than freaking all the coal in the world. Like, I mean, you could see they're even doing it with DNA. They're saying they're storing, and who knows if they really are, but I wouldn't doubt that they are storing data and DNA. That's what it seems like a lot of this biodigital convergence stuff is. They're using our bodies to store information and also to boost, because I mean, we're electrical beings. So of course they're using our body to boost the signals coming from the Wi-Fi to help their systems work better. But what is that doing to us? It's draining us. And no one even knows it. No one believes it. They've convinced everyone that's a conspiracy. You're not getting sick because you're surrounded by all this technology that's actually hijacking your energy and using it to boost the energy that we're putting out too at the same time, so we don't have to spend as much money on infrastructure. It's like nano-doping a wire. We just, instead of nano-doping the wire, let's just make a system now that we actually can run it through the person's body and then power the wearable that they have on. There's so many different ways they could do this.
Yeah, man, that's.
And Sabrina Wallace talks about this. I'd recommend people listen to her stuff because she talks about it probably more than anyone else. Her juxtaposition. They have Rumbles and Odyssey pages, and they're so non-vaxxer 240 or something like that is the other guy's name, or 420 on Rumble. They all are very good with this sort of information. They're way deeper into it than I've been able to get.
Yeah, man. I think there's a lot to this when you talk about the energy, because the amount of energy in one cell, it's, it can do a lot of stuff.
Exactly.
And do we not recharge with the help of the sun? Yeah, well, that's a very interesting point. Yeah. That's something that I've noticed. Like, as you can see, I'm well charged. I've been spending a lot of time charging up my batteries, and the sun definitely, they call it dhoop in India.
Absolutely, the sun helps, but at the same time, then you see, what are they trying to do? What is who we were talking about before, Bill Gates and whatever think tank is behind him? What are they trying to do? Block out the sun to protect us from global warming because of Agenda 2030, which I feel like they've already probably completed the majority of stuff they need for that. They're moving on to the next agenda at this point, whether that's 2045 or 2050. They have something coming up, which is very transhumanist. That's like basically making avatars for people.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because I researched this a while ago, chemtrails, like about 15 years ago.
Remember, stratospheric aerosol injections is what they call them, or you won't find much information on them.
Well, what I found was, like, people were saying, no, those are contrails, those are chemtrails. There was that whole ridiculous argument. So I was like, okay, contrails, what are contrails? So I was like, let's research fuel. Aviation fuel. So you look at aviation fuel. No, while they started putting nanoparticles into the fuel, I was like, that's interesting, because it increases the efficiency of fuel at high altitudes, gives you more thrust. I was like, okay, there's logical story behind this, but what happens to those nanoparticles?
Exactly.
So with the amount of airplanes in the air, all of the airplanes were propagating chemtrails. It's
Yeah,
a slight
and
background of nanoparticles. And the interesting thing was the military do it, and all of you can't figure out what the specific recipes are that they're putting in the materials. Some of the things was spoken about was graphene. Other things were spoken about were other kind of nanoparticles. But the military started doing it, and then it was, I think it was like the 70s or the 80s that all flight fuel got this sort of. It's now legit. You have to do it, otherwise you don't fly.
yep.
So all flight fuel has these nanoparticles in it, and I'm guessing that they're increasing the amount of nanoparticles in the fuel. So that's why the chemtrail contrail argument came into being. It was a way for them to hide the chemical trails that they were placing, which was like those planes with the huge tanks on the back,
Which are more of like the
by saying they were
stratosphere.
contrails, because all
Yeah,
the other planes are making the same thing anyway, because it's in everything.
exactly. So you have the stratospheric aerosol injections, which are the actual chemical tails of chemicals, we'll say. So I'm trying not to get you a notification at the bottom of the video for saying it. And then we have the actual fuel, which is just doing contrails, but it still has chemicals in it. So it's like they're doubling up now at this point.
So there's definitely an agenda to block the sun. We know
Yeah,
this.
and also this people who argue about this, I don't get it, because it's like, even if obviously the fuel is causing contrails that are lasting longer than they should be. They're causing, and we know for a fact that there's pollution and metals in these contrails. So would you not want them to disclose and stop this, even if it's not the stratospheric aerosol injections or chemical trails that people say it is? Like, it's still the same freaking thing in the end. It's still causing problems. And people, like, it's like the argument is like, no, that, like, it's normal. It's not normal. We could tell it's not normal. And that's
And
not even including like cloud seeding and then the weather manipulation and this on all of this. And people still, I don't even understand how it's even an argument anymore when we have Florida and Tennessee both saying they've banned flights over their states of any sort of, I guess, company doing this sort of stratospheric aerosol injection work. Because I mean, it makes no difference, because if they do it over on the West Coast, it's going to move across the whole country no matter what. So Florida's still going to get hit. Tennessee's going to get hit too. But they still put this into law, meaning they're recognizing it as a real thing.
yeah, and you're going to find that there's always going to be people in denial of what's going on, because like it's not really an argument. It's not a valid argument, because the United Nations have put the paperwork out there and have disclosed the research, disclosed the plans. We've got a whole conglomerate of African states that are fighting in the United Nations to have it stopped. The vote was done by the G10 in, was it 2016 or something? 2015, the G10 did a vote. Or was it 2018? I can't remember the date. Check me on the date.
I'm not sure.
But they
which
did a
one it
big
was.
vote to basically start officially modifying global weather. And a lot of African states were up in arms saying, we weren't allowed to vote. How can the G10 vote for global weather modification engineering? And then you can go on the actual website of the United Nations and you can see them openly discussing how this works. So anybody who's in denial, it's like, dude, you can find the information from the United Nations. They will tell you what they're doing, but they will tell it to you in a way like, wow, guys, we're going to save the world. We're going to stop global climate change. We've got this plan. We're doing it.
Yeah, this is how it's being presented now on these websites. I just typed in vote to modify global weather, and basically it came up with a bunch of articles saying how the current administration in the United States is a threat to, I guess, measures the UN wants to take for environmental protection to stop climate change, and which is basically weather modification. They're saying they want to be able to modify the weather and stop extreme weather events with the technology that they have, and the current administration isn't down with it, apparently. Who knows if that's true or not.
Well, let's think about it. The so-called conspiracy theories say that HHARP is a potential weapon that can be used and weaponized to cause droughts or floods in other countries. Economic enemies can suddenly have bad weather, their crops can fail, they can have infrastructural damage, and they're so busy trying to fix their own infrastructure and get their own crops back that they don't have time to come and compete with us. So you can see apparently the great tsunami that we had in 2003 was it, that one was perhaps could be affected by these resonant frequency bombardment of
And
these
and
waves.
that location you're talking about is just one of thousands. There's apparently thousands around the world that do the same thing now, that are just as powerful, if not more. I'm sure they have even more powerful ones at this point than that place.
I don't well I did my research in the UK. The most powerful one has got a 5,000 mile range. Harp's got a bigger range. I know there's big ones in Australia. There's a few of them in Europe.
So that's going to be what's
But I mean, big
publicly.
ones.
That's going to be what's
There
publicly
isn't
known, though,
one in
right?
South Africa.
But is that just what publicly is available? Because maybe there is, and they just haven't listed it.
Well, okay, so they sell it. They sell it as early warning systems for missiles, which they can use to bounce radar signals around the curvature of the Earth. That's the sales pitch.
And it seems like they can triangulate various stations and then blast like a certain area and cause like basically an effect in the weather.
Yeah, the one in the UK that I was aware of, because okay, so you know how I found this?
How?
I noticed that I could feel something turning on, something changing. And I just said to my ex, like, they've turned it on again. And she was like, can you feel it? And I was like, yep, I can feel it. And I said, like, I could turn around, turn, keep turning until I feel, okay, now I'm in this. So it's coming from, this is the line. So got paper on the ground and drew a compass, a directional compass, and then started mapping the times and then doing experiments. I was like, well, it feels like it's an electromagnetic field of some sort that's turning on. It affects my heart chakra. It affects a lot of my electromagnetic energies. And so I thought, like, well, let's take a wooden spoon and put some metal tinfoil on it and keep it there and then, like, test it. It's not magnetic. Get a piece of metal. And when it turns on, I was like, okay, it's turned on. Let's give it a couple of minutes and let's test that. And this thing would become magnetic. So we were able to do this for guests who came to our home in Croydon.
What?
And then I'd be able to say, oh, they've just turned it on. And people would be like, can you feel it? I can't feel it. And I'd be like, just wait. So they come there and say, check this. Right? Okay. Oh, hold on. They turn it on. Wait 5 minutes. Check that. And they'd be like, the eyes would pop out. Does this thing suddenly a magnet? Like,
That's wild.
it's like you got a long tinfoil thing. And the thing's suddenly like magnetic. It's clear. It's not even like, the difference is like chalk and cheese. And people would like pop their eyes out and go like, how are you doing that? It's like, we're not doing it. All I can do is I'm aware of the energies.
You can feel
and
it.
we've got the tinfoil aligned with the directional field.
Which that would make sense, actually. That would make sense.
So we're aligning, because I mapped it out in our living room and mapped it out in our kitchen and our dining room. I was like, well, let's get a compass. Let's look at this.
Basically made like an antenna at that point, like a magnet, like right in the,
we made it. Yeah, that's what we did. Made a simple on a wooden spoon with a long metal antenna, and it would become magnetic.
Yeah.
And so then we got maps, and we got a compass, and we triangulated the direction as close as what we could, and then we got a map, and we took that direction, those degrees, and we put it on a map, and we went forward. And then we started Googling, searching. This was in 2012, 2013. Started searching forwards until we found a big base.
No way. Really?
And then we checked out what that base was. And that base had 13 towers that were creating VLF frequencies, and it was like a huge thing. The towers were like 200, was it 200 feet or 200 meters high? There were 13 of them. They were like in this geometric patterns, and I was like, that's HARP.
Basically, yeah.
And so then we found out what that thing was called and the technology. Then we researched it. Then we started going, where are the others? Well, there's others in the UK. Wow. But that was the big one that we were feeling. And then we started researching the others in Europe. There's the big HARP one in America. There are other ones around. There's Australia, all these places. And then obviously I was like, are there any in South Africa? No, there aren't. I was like, wow, what are we doing here? Let's go live in Cape Town. Because
Probably going to try to get them there eventually, I'm sure. If they need them there,
we don't have chemtrails here.
But they may not. Oh, yeah. Maybe they're just going to use the satellites by you guys, because that's
we don't have chemtrails.
No chemtrails, though.
So now we take it to the next level. So then we started watching the skies and the chemtrails, and we didn't notice the correlation immediately, but we had this app that could track all the airplanes over London. And so my ex was like you. She was a photographer. She had these crazy lenses.
I have the same
like
thing. I have
Canon
the same
camera
thing.
and
I should have sent you one of these photos.
Zoom in. Like she could really look at the airplane. She put a camera on a tripod and like basically zoom in and like show me, like, look at that. And there'd be certain planes that had these huge tanks on the back, and they were pumping out like huge thick lines of chemtrail. And I was like, okay, so that's, you telling me that's contrail? No. But we noticed a lot of the airplanes did it. And then we noticed that these planes with the tanks would come out at certain times.
Yep.
And when they came out, we noticed, interesting, it's not much wind today. Coincidence. And then I suddenly put them together. I was like, oh, I'm feeling it in my stomach again. It would make my stomach feel like not well. I wouldn't feel like eating. My heart would feel like constricted, and I'd feel that like my prickling on my skin. I was like, they turned on the machine. And it was her that said one day, she said, it's interesting how the machines are turned on every time those tank planes are up there. And we both went like, wait. They're putting these particles in the air, and then they're creating a powerful VHF signal. If these tinfoil is becoming magnetized, what would happen to those particles in the atmosphere? Would they stick together? And could they be cloud seeding? And suddenly it occurred to me that's what was going on. They were using the particles in the air and then putting out these frequencies to make the particles attract dust to them and attract towards each other and become like places for water to conglomerate, to condense, and to form clouds. And so that research was like, wow. And then that's when I knew in about 2013 that chemtrails was a real thing. Forget all the conspiracy theories, forget all the nonsense. We had looked for ourselves, and it was like, it was conclusive enough.
I should have sent you this picture when I was sending you the other one yesterday, because I have the same type of camera set up, and during lockdowns, it started getting really bad here to where it was like the planes weren't showing up on flight radar, and they had a weird paint job to them. They would be almost you almost couldn't see them at times, because the paint was kind of like that iridescent type of paint where it like blended in with the sky, so you would lose it after a while, and sometimes you wouldn't even be able to see it in front of the trail, that once it got to a certain point in the sky where you should have still been able to see it. But
they were like a light blue color.
They would go up, yeah, and then they would just flip light blue, exactly. And I have a picture of one of them, and I'm trying to find it. I should have sent it to you the other day. I know it's because I have to take a picture of my camera, and I know I have the video of it too, but I'd have to look for it for a little while. If I see it, I'll drop it in the chat for you. But it's clear what it's doing and that it's not natural. And this thing was just flying straight up, but they would fly back and forth all day during lockdowns. Like there'd be 5 or 6 of them. They wouldn't show up on radar. They'd go back and forth about 10 times or so. They make X's in the sky, which is something that they would do seemingly like in the east and west, kind of where the sun would rise and sun would set, I would notice. And then they'd be gone. And then after that, you'd have clouds that were unnatural looking and just bizarre cloud formations throughout the evening. But also during this time, I started where I was living. I was living in Burbank, right across from Warner Brothers Studios. They at the same time put in 12 new towers, speaking of towers, and they had told us about it because we were within 1,000 feet of the complex. They had to tell you, and if you had anything you wanted to say about it, if you had any complaints about it, I emailed and said, listen, because I had one of those EMF detectors. Listen, the EMF spikes around here, they're really high. They're way too high compared to even like what the WHO says they should be. They're like, sometimes it's not even registering the pulses of what is it? RF. The RF pulses just they don't even read on the trimeter, and it starts giving you a warning sign. And this is just walking around outside. I'm like, you're gonna put 12 more? Now it's not like that on the because there's a high and a low number, but that's not the number you want to look at. You want to look at the pulsed high number, which is like it's just there for a few seconds because the pulses are what's dangerous apparently, and the pulses coming off of these towers, and apparently there were like something in the 70 range of towers within a 2-mile radius of me. So then they're going to
These are
put 12.
5G, yeah?
These were just regular older towers, but now they're putting the 12 5G ones across the street apparently. But it seems like they're combining the towers because they're going to do the old 4G with the 5G and get the lower, higher frequency. And then you have dual bands of frequency to target people. It's like how you get beamforming technology. That's why they're not getting rid of the old towers.
That makes sense, because if you're sending a big resonant wave from one central HQ, if you turn on lots of little beacons around it, it will make the wave strength, signal strength stronger. And so you can make that original wavelength travel further. And
you
by putting out those wavelengths, they would modulate the frequency of the big wavelength, wouldn't they?
Well, if you get a very low frequency and an extremely high frequency, and they in some way like resonate to something that's affects us negatively, makes people tired, like this is how you get like the type of frequencies that will affect your mood, affect your sexual appetite, affects your hunger for food, affects your mental state, like everything. Like you need 2 frequencies usually. It's almost like a binaural beat being blasted out the population. But it also is used for tracking. You much more easily track, because instead of having just one signal, you have 2. And then you could start triangulating people based on their device and the 2 towers and the 2 different frequencies.
Okay, so these are some of the technologies they're employing. The rest of it, I think a lot of you guys will know. Food, genetic manipulation, arm prick adventure tests, new kinds of technology of vaccines that reprogram DNA. So they're working from the inside, they're working with the foods, they're working with the water, they're working with the 5, 6, 7G, they're working with the screen resonance 60 hertz frequency, or 120 or 240 hertz, which is like...
I just sent you a picture. For some reason, I landed on that picture of the plane. If you want to show it, I don't know. I sent it to your Telegram.
Yeah, show it. Just push present at the bottom.
Let me see where. Hold on, let me make sure I'm on the
If you push present, it will give you a share screen option.
Yeah, let me get down on this, and
then when you do the share screen, just go entire screen or window. If you want to share your window, just make sure that you've clicked on the image and it's open in the background, and then just click on the icon in your tray to make it pop up, and you'll see it be one of the options there. If you can't find it there, then use entire screen. But regardless, and then obviously just once you've clicked on top of it, so you actually have to click, like say entire screen, then you have to actually click on the icon, and it will be, and then the word share pops up.
It's making me just modify my Chrome really fast. Oh no. Allow. I don't want to quit and reopen Chrome. We'll do that later. Shoot.
But what you mentioned is interesting, because the planes were monochrome. That's what we noticed. There was no insignias on the plane. And the other thing you mentioned, that those airplanes were not on the system. We found that some of these planes that we were seeing were not on the system, and that's what made us get out the camera. And that's when she found it with her Zoom technology to actually look at it. And that's when we realized, and we were like, it's just like a light blue, gray blue color plane with no insignia on it. So we went and Googled like which, and then when we found out about that app, is military aircrafts don't show up on the app. So
Yeah, that
the
makes sense.
reason why it wasn't showing up was because those aircrafts are military aircrafts, which now begs the question, what are military aircrafts doing spraying stuff above?
So this was, I don't know why I can't find the original file, but this is my camera that I took a picture of. See how it's blue, like you were saying?
Wow. Can you go into the can you make that larger?
Let me see. Is it bigger?
Yeah.
Let me see if it gets bigger.
Yeah. It's definitely something going on that plane.
Yeah, that was flying straight up, and it didn't even show up on flight radar, and it was just like one of the ones that was going back and forth, and you could tell that the paint job is very strange in the center.
Yeah.
It has that odd blue to where at the point it's almost disappearing. Because I'm literally using, I think I'm using a 600 millimeter. I'm using a 300 millimeter L glass lens with a f1.2. The f-stop is 1.2. This is Canon lens with my old 5D, I think, my 5D Mark IV. So I had the 300 millimeter lens with a 2x teleconverter on it. So it really was like 600 millimeters.
You're talking my ex's language now.
Yeah,
She used
basically.
to talk this stuff for me, and I was like, okay, 300 millimeter, okay. Like she had all these lenses, and she did photography. Oh, I was gonna say to you, the next time you share something, leave it in the bottom there, because you'll find that then if you go to another image, if you open any image on any Google tab, you just click and it will say change to this image.
Oh, shoot.
So
Okay.
you don't have to close it. Then you just click that little yes, and then
Mhm.
that image pops up there, and then it makes it quicker to just transition from any image you want to bring. You don't have to go through the whole process again, because once you've opened to share Google tabs, then any Google image you open,
Oh, see,
any
this
link,
I had to share this in my Dropbox because it wanted me
right?
to quit Chrome and come back into it for me to be able to share, I guess, share my whole screen or share something else with Chrome. It could only share like a website. So for some reason, I was just like, I'll upload the picture to Dropbox really fast, and I just threw it on my Dropbox and opened it there because
You're in Windows 11.
no, I'm on my Mac, but for some reason I don't use Chrome that often unless I'm on
Interesting.
StreamYard. So it didn't have permission or show the rest of my computer. So I'd have
I,
to exit out, and I didn't want to exit out right now.
I'm on my Linux at the moment.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
So, but the Linux and the Mac are running the same baseline Unix code, aren't they? Like the
Yeah, but
baseline
you're
code.
much safer with the Linux now.
Well, the Mac, that's why they're not allowed to sell their software, because they took the open source Unix code and they just put their fancy shiny bits all over the front of it to make it look and feel nice and user friendly. But the source code that they're using is Unix, which is why they're not allowed to sell the software. They have to give it away by law. That's why you'll never be able to buy. Otherwise, you'd be able to buy Mac operating systems like Microsoft, but they're not allowed to sell it because it's not theirs. All
Makes
they're allowed to
sense.
sell is the skins.
Mm-hmm.
So very clever what they've done, and that's why Macs don't get. That's why Macs are the best, because it comes with a pre-installed Unix code. That like try and hack that. That's like FBI servers, you know.
Yeah, the only problem now is like Mac's trying to hack us with their themselves,
Yeah,
with their
updates.
Apple Intelligence nonsense.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Well, I think by this stage we've gone past all of that, because now that AI systems have developed to the way that they have, and the way in which everything is moving, um, and the way that everything is moving is basically put us in this position where we are now able to um, your system is basically running AI.
Well, specifically
Just
the
to be
Mac
on the internet, you have to run AI.
specifically the Mac Intelligence was just added to the newest update, according to them, to the point where now you can interact with it on your phone if you have it on and on your computer. And apparently, what the Mac Intelligence is trying to do, according to there's this guy on the internet, guy on YouTube who talks a lot about this. He used to be a programmer, older Asian man. I mean, all the people who talk about the biodigital convergence stuff have discussed Mac intelligence and why it's so dangerous, because it's trying to copy you. It's basically trying to create your digital twin, like just like much quicker than it would be created via algorithms on like social media, because it's going to have access to you all day, and it's going to learn every move you're making. You're going to be interacting with it, and eventually it'll be able to do everything you do, just much better. Apparently, that's the goal.
I think that Mac realized that they're missing a big part of market share of selling our information. And they realized, like, why should we let Facebook and all the apps get it and sell it? We may as well be the proprietors of that information. And so we'll just give you the mother load of information for one amount, or you can go to those other smaller companies and buy little pieces of the pie that they've got. We'll give you the whole pie. It makes sense. Google does that. So, now, okay, so here, let's look at this. There's an interesting there's a comment here, and I think it's relevant to where we're going, because now we're breaking into that part of the conversation. So what is the end game? What is the plan? What is all this technology, this AI and transhumanism technology, and what kind of narratives are being sold to us as a program? So transhumanism is great for people who need it, like handicapped people or the military. Now, there is the narrative. That's how they get us to buy into this crap, right? They tell us that handicapped people need this transhumanist technology because this is necessary for their lives. And I sort of get the idea of prosthetics, right? It makes sense. The Neuralink prosthetics being used in such a way. But is it being built for the minority, or is it being built for the majority? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, people can, like, I see Droga saying that we're biased into everything being a conspiracy, but this comes directly from DARPA's mouth itself, including one of their, what's the guy's name? The bald guy. He's a technocrat. He's very into this technology, works for DARPA, or used to work for DARPA. But I mean, DARPA even has said this themselves. Everything is dual use. Everything they make has an aspect of use for the common citizen and for the military. So no matter what, they admit it. Like, everything they're working on has two uses, one for the average person and one for the military. And eventually both of those uses are going to converge. I mean, it's same thing happened after 9/11 with the Patriot Act. I mean, we have this surveillance that's put into place to protect everyone, but then it's also being used to track and collect data from everyone. There's never one thing.
So I'm blocked from getting access to this website because I've said too much about it.
Which one?
2045.com. So I can't access it on this computer, but I can access it on other computers. It's very strange. And I'm trying to use Mozilla Firefox. Oh, there we go. They don't know about my Firefox. Because I've done a show and I've discussed this on a show, the moment I discussed this on the show, and this is very interesting, I lost access to it. So it's considered unsafe. And because it's unsafe, 2045.com. Let's see if I can get that in my incognito mode. No, 401 action is required. So Google Chrome will not allow me access.
I have access to it. Also, you could look at the Wikipedia for 2045 initiative, which I just put in the comments, the private comments, and I'll put it in the chats too.
Yeah. So now it's this 2045.com. I've been watching this now for a long time. Yeah, there's nothing new for this.
That's something I wanted to talk about with you too. And I saw it initially through the 2045 initiative on Wiki, which I came across by accident when I was just looking at things that were in the future. Wiki had a bunch of projects. One was I think there's a 2040 project out of the United Arab Emirates, which is more of like a social, seems like a socialism kind of 20. It's almost like Project 2030 or the 2030 agenda. It's not too far off from that. But then when I saw 2045, I was like, this is insane.
Yeah, so I've been watching the 2045.com website now for about 15 years and been warning people about it. So let's look at the manifesto. This is for Agent Druger. Now this is the people. Did you see the Dalai Lama's picture there, by the way?
Yeah. I mean, Dalai Lama.
Did you all see it? I hope you did, because I think it's relevant. And a lot of these so-called big spiritual players are all the Dalai Lama is going to be one of the guinea pigs. And like so let's take a look at it, the manifesto. So this is how they sell us this crap, and this is really the mother of transhumanism. Mankind has turned into a consumer society, standing at the edge of a total loss of the conceptual guidelines necessary for the further evolution. The majority of people are almost exclusively absorbed in merely maintaining civilization, with its space stations, nuclear submarines, iPhones, and Segways, cannot save mankind from the limitations in the physical abilities of our bodies, nor from disease and death. We are not satisfied with modern achievements of scientific and technological progress, since working for the satisfaction of consumer needs will not be able to ensure the technological breakthrough towards a radically different way of life. So anyway, they basically, we believe that the world needs a different ideological paradigm. So here they're telling us right in the beginning of their manifesto that this is about an ideology. Skip down here, and a new ideology should assert as one of its priorities the necessity of using breakthrough technology for an improvement of man himself, and not only his environment. So they're telling you what the mission is. They believe they can get rid of aging and make us live forever. Even death, and to overcome the fundamental limits of the physical and mental capabilities currently set by the restrictions of the physical body. This is why they want to poison our brains and poison our bodies, make us sick, make us weak, make us sit in front of terminals so that we've got like weak legs, weak backs, weak organs, weak eyes, weak brains, weak everything, so that they can find reasons to replace everything for us. So we believe in 2045 an artificial body will be created that will not only surpass the existing body in terms of functionality, but will achieve perfection of form and be no less attractive than the human body. People will make independent decisions about I like that. Decisions about whether the extension of their lives and the possibilities for personal development in a new body after the resources of the biological body have been exhausted. So it will bring about a huge range of abilities and will be capable of withstanding extreme conditions easily: high temperatures, pressure, radiation, lack of oxygen, etc. Using neural interface. Okay, so now Elon Musketeer is involved. And this is where he got his neural interface technology, because I've been watching this now, like I say, 15 years. And he suddenly came, when the Arm Prick adventure started, he suddenly, this neural interface that he's making suddenly is his proprietary. He went from being worth 7 billion to being worth like 470 billion in like 4 or 5 years. There's a lot of proprietary technology comes from here. I followed the money of this organization about 12, 15 years ago, before AI controlled the internet. And it was shocking who was investing. A lot of the Fortune 500 companies were pumping their money into this. You can't find that information anymore because Google AI controls. So let's look at the main objectives, and this will give us a real idea. So to achieve the support of the international community and create conditions for international cooperation of interested specialists around the 2045 initiative. That's where America is not playing ball with the global re-engineering of the weather and everything else, because our bodies need to become weak and sick. We need to block the sun. That's part of the agenda. To create an international research center for the cybernetic immortality to advance practical implementations of the main technical project, the creation of the artificial body and the preparation for subsequent transfer of individual human consciousness to such a body. So that's where the technology that Druger is talking about is coming out from. In the process of learning to make these other bodies, they were first making robotic bodies, then they were making cybernetic bodies, then they are making re-engineered organic bodies out of GMO, human bodies. So all of the cybernetics has come from this research. There's been a lot of money in it. They had hundreds of the world's top physicists and engineers working on their projects, and they had outlined step by step what body would be at what point. And by now they should be able to actually be working on the transferal of consciousness to these other bodies. This is their mission. So what is the other? To engage experts in the selection and support of the most interesting projects in the quest to ensure technological breakthroughs, to support innovative industries and create special scientific education programs for schools and institutes of higher learning. Right. So we're talking about they're getting into the kids' minds in schools. Oh, here's my favorite. Are you ready for this? To create educational programs for television, radio, and internet to hold forums, conferences.
I think Agent Droga is fucking around trolling.
Are you talking about that agent? Yeah, he's a troll.
I think he's trolling now. Yeah, GMO are great.
He's just a troll. It's what he does. He talks a lot of nonsense. He gets banned from all of the Telegram groups because he doesn't know how to behave himself. And then he comes up with this half-wit nonsense and he just spews
Some
it
of
out
the
all the
stuff
time.
he said, though, like I could see how when he said that all of this could just be a narrative game, and it's very possible that it is all a narrative game, and they actually don't know what the hell they're doing. But it doesn't mean they're not gonna like do a lot of damage, attempting to do things they really don't understand.
Absolutely. I would have thought that if the money wasn't behind it, but the amount of investment and the amount of money and the scientists that was invested into this, these people don't throw money at nothing.
Yeah.
Not the kind of money we're talking about. And then so basically they want to, listen, Congress exhibitions to establish awards and produce books, movies, and computer games with the view of raising the profile of the initiative and spreading its ideas.
Yeah, well, this is part of it. This is part of it too, with the games, because they are trying to gamify the reality, and in a sense, give you all these potential future paths you can take. I mean, it's like a Ready Player One type of world, but it's more augmented than Ready Player One.
Totally. And there we can see, the last one, which is basically to do with promoting an idea of immortality and putting it out there. So this is really 2045's mission. And this is really, if you look at it, this is what I discovered to be the body of transhumanism. And this is, I think, the dark occultist agenda being displayed. And people like the Dalai Lama have agreed that they will get one of these new bodies when it's ready. And they want to take us out of our organic bodies and put us into improved bodies.
Yeah.
So they need to terraform the earth so that we can't survive in our bodies.
The thing is, I'm not sure this is possible. I don't know if it is or not. I don't know if they know if it's possible or not. I mean, maybe a clone with your exact genetics, but still, then they still have to transfer the consciousness somehow. And the problem seems to be, especially with the cyborg type of technologies, where you're putting, like, they already know they can't do it in a robot. They've given up on building the completely synthetic future bodies for us to inhabit. They already know this is not going to work, because we reject our consciousness itself and our health. Everything about us that makes us who we are rejects all this synthetic technology. We saw that with the transfection agents that were put out in 2020 and 2021 for COVID. Like, all this technology being injected in people, it doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't do anything positive. The mortality rates go up every single time. Even the people who had the chips put in their brain for the Neuralink stuff, the first few participants, they're having a lot of negative side effects. The first guy who had it for his legs, yeah, he can move whatever appendages. I can't remember if it was his legs or if he had prosthetics, but it worked for what it had to do. But then there were all these other things that were happening to his body they wrote a bunch of articles about it that he was suffering from. So, and they're not even going to use the chips. They're trying to do a whole new technology now where it's like a coating that you could just ingest or they could inject in you. And this is going to cause problems as well, because you can't keep putting, the further away you get from the source, the more unhealthy you become. Like that, I don't think people understand like what that actually means. This has happened before. You can't corrupt the nature, even if you're a pure materialist and you just believe in Darwin's theory of evolution and that nature is the queen of all and never makes a mistake, then you should be the one fighting against this the most, because based on complex systems and based on Darwin's theory of evolution, if people start messing with natural biological systems, they're going to just screw up everything. It's going to be a disaster. And even if you throw out Darwin's theory of evolution, it's still, we're seeing complex systems are a disaster for the transhumanists every time they try to implement something. Because as soon as you mess with one part of the human body, you have a problem in 20 other places. Just like as soon as you mess with one part of a society, like you lock people down for however long, then you get 20 other problems in different parts of the society that you weren't expecting. Same thing like if you want to do electric vehicles. Yeah, let's change everyone to electric vehicles. Oh, but we didn't think about how heavy the batteries would be in the trucks and how you can't go as far now with the trucks. You can't make a profit with trucking businesses anymore, so you can't move the food. So how are you going to get food places if you're just using electric vehicles? You can't, because we don't have the technology right now, or they're not giving us the technology right now for that to be practical. And then you have the kids who are working in the mines, and we're still using oil to fuel the power plants that are fueling the electric grid. So there's all these other layers that are never thought about.
You are so correct. There's definitely this is definitely the fact of the matter, and I think this is my opinion, my take on the 2045. I don't believe they have the technology to transfer the consciousness. I do, however, believe they have the technology to make a blueprint copy of who you are neurologically and transfer that to an AI, turn that into a kind of an AI system, and then put that into a computer, and then use that to fool your family
Absolutely. It's
into
like
believing that you haven't just been unalived.
Basically a memory
Like
machine.
they just unalived you. They copied your brain, told you they're going to transfer you into a computer, unalived you, you're gone. But the copy of you in the computer, the copy of you gets up and says, wow, I feel pretty good. That was the copy of you just before you were transferred. Remembers everything that was said, remembers. So your family talks to you and they go, wow, it's really John. He's really here with us. But actually, it's a copy. I think it's a way to just get rid of humans and to make AI drones. Why write code for AI when you can just scan someone's brain? Oh, and speaking about scanning someone's brain, I just want to revisit this quickly because I think this is like, so we've looked at the fundamental, basically the how can I put it, the manifesto. So now let's look at the roadmap, and now it gets more scary for those of you that haven't. And by the way, this isn't just new. I've like I say, yeah, 2011. Exactly. I found out about it in 2012. Or was it 2011? It was something like that, because I was an activist and I was a kingpin activist in London. This is how I found out about it. My techie geniuses told me about this, and I was like, wow. And they shared this with me, and I couldn't believe it. And so it's been in my mind since like basically just after it started. Sometime, no, it would have been late in 2011, towards the end of part of 2011, that I would have found out about it. But regardless, so the main goals of the 2045 initiative, the creation and realization of a new strategy for the development of humanity which meets global civilization challenges, the creation of optimal conditions promoting the spiritual enlightenment of humanity, This is why they got the Dalai Lama. And the realization of a new futuristic reality based on 5 principles: high spirituality, high culture, high ethics, high science, and high technologies. Okay, it looks good. This is how they get people like the Druga to believe it. So this mega science project of 2045 aims to create technologies enabling transfer of individual personality to a more advanced non-biological carrier. Okay, large-scale transformation. Now, let's see. At that time, their future prospects was 2015, because this was 2011. The emergence of a widespread use of affordable Android avatars controlled by brain-computer interface. This is to do with our phones, smartphones, what we were talking about, right, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
Will give people a new number of features, ability to work in dangerous environments. So these avatar components are supposed to be physical items that they would plan to have been able to develop. So they hoped to have developed it. If they've developed it by now, and we know that the military's got stuff like this, right?
Well, this is similar to how you could have someone, say, with a disability move their mouse on their screen without, if they can't move their hand. They could use their thoughts to move a mouse. They're wanting to do this where people can move heavy items out somewhere on a work site with just their mind.
That's the next stage.
Yeah.
So the first stage was to create like drones, different kinds of drones that can do work that humans can't do. That was 2015 to 2020. So 2020 to 25 was creation of autonomous life support systems for the human brain, like to a robot avatar. Will save people whose body is completely worn out. So this is something that they will make like a life support system for a brain. And then these technologies will be able to be a hybrid of bioelectric devices. So this is that interface technology where people will be able to interact between the robotic and the organic, right? The electronic and the biological systems. So revolution, and will make all kinds of superimpositions of electronic and biological systems possible. This is what we're talking about, right? It's IT, international information technology revolution, that's going to make it possible for the molecular brain to basically control electronics and biological systems. 2030 to 25, creation of the computer model of the brain and the human consciousness, with a subsequent development of means of transfer of the consciousness. I believe it's a copy. The development will profoundly change the world, give everybody the possibility of cybernetic immortality. Okay, it looks really good. 2045, this is the time when the substance-independent minds will receive new bodies. Substance-independent minds. SIM. Sims. Right, the game Sims, with capacity for exceeding those of ordinary humans, a new era for humanity. And so, it's literally a timeline that they've been working on since 2011, and that was when the chemtrails were becoming a big thing.
And they've been working on this all much longer than that.
Yeah, I mean, they'd been practicing and working with the technology of chemtrails since the 70s. But by 2010, 11, it was being implemented globally, and everybody was arguing, saying, what are these chemtrails? And then they had Agent Drugas all over the world programmed to come and say, it's not chemtrails, it's contrails. Look at the science. Look at what the scientists have said. And then they paid a group of quasi-scientists to stand up and say, it's not contrails, it's chemtrails. If you say that, we'll give you like huge budgets to go and do whatever scientific research you want to. So the scientists were basically forced.
See what he just said. I have to correct him, because he's just look up stratospheric aerosol injections. I mean, this is a thing. This is a thing. It's a real thing. 100% real. There's no conspiracy there.
Yeah, this is my point. But what's happened is they've gotten into the brains. They've turned human beings into bots. And we can see this here. The human beings are acting like bots.
Now, if he wants to make the argument that some of this is just creating narratives, and maybe they don't have the technology, maybe it's some sort of deception to drive fears of certain individuals or drive populations to have arguments and push their technology in a certain way because they think they have to do certain things for the environment. And it's just a way to control populations. I could get on board with that being a possibility because maybe they're not as technologically advanced as they say they are. And maybe some of the things are just put out there for people to latch onto because that does create then the future technically that these people want to create. These are social engineers. They know how to psychologically manipulate people. It's been happening ever since the birth of advertising and well before that. The dark priest classes have been around forever. I mean, we had the church and now we have the scientists. And the church hasn't stopped manipulating people as well.
Okay, and here's another point. Evolution is so proven. Now, we know that evolution happens, but is the Darwinist model of evolution correct? Come on.
I don't know if it's proven.
There
It's not
are a
proven.
lot of different scientists with a lot of different research that have a lot of different theories.
Yeah.
Sure, certain theories have been popularized.
If it was proven, it wouldn't be a theory. It's still a theory because it has not been proven. And they're already moving away from this, and that's why you see most mainstream scientists switching to panpsychism because they can't figure out this link to us evolving from single-celled organisms. No, they're saying there has to be some sort of intervention, and you're going to see more of them switch to panpsychism.
Yes, Sim, no, that is, I see Sims trying to help Druga get a bit of sense of what we're talking about here. And like you say, there are certain arguments that the truth can be used to tell a lie, and that I agree with. But it doesn't mean that the truth is a conspiracy theory and is a lie. So the fact that global engineering is happening is a fact. The fact that weather engineering is happening, you can find this on the United Nations website. They're not even hiding it. They're not even lying. Politicians are discussing it. Laws are being passed in parliament because of it. Money is changing hands to make it happen. Come on.
I mean,
It's a reality.
We have so much evidence and literally books. We have Tragedy and Hope. We have books written by people who are in all of these groups and clubs like the Club of Rome, the Council of 300, the CFR, who have all admitted to the social engineering programs that have been going on forever. There's nothing new. It's like basic.
So yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there are a lot of conspiracies, and I agree with the agent. And I love that he comes in here with the name agent because it's
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. Well, there's a lot of conspiracy theories, we should say, but there's also a lot of conspiracies, like actual conspiracies too. But then there are conspiracy theories which are just thrown out there to make people talk about nonsense.
And we were actually openly told that there was a conspiracy. Do you remember when the armed prick adventure started? What did Trump say? Trump said, "Don't worry, everybody. I'm going to get into a closed office meeting with the CEOs of all the big corporations, and we're going to make a plan to fix it." By definition, that's a conspiracy. A group of very powerful, rich people with the presidents and politicians going into a room, closing the door, making plans, and they're not telling us all the plans.
Well, even after now what? They all admit that it was made in a lab, even if that's, who knows? I doubt it was that's the case. But they said that was a conspiracy theory for the whole time. It's not. It's for natural virus, comes from nature. It's conspiracy theory to say it comes from a lab. Now they're saying it comes from a lab. Well, then probably it doesn't come from either.
This is very interesting because what happened was, and I don't like her. I don't like Hillary Clinton. I do not support her. I do not validate that woman. The one good thing she did was in 2017 was to stand before a congressional hearing, produce the evidence, documents, and money paper trails that in the province of Wuhan, the military industrial corporations had invested and she showed them the documents and the money, and she quoted the amounts, and that they were working on a COVID coronavirus weapon. And she produced the evidence for the Congress. And she said the problem with this is that there's not enough oversight. These corporations are working on a weapon, and she produced evidence to prove that the United Kingdom was involved. They were co-investors, and that the Chinese government was involved. And her evidence that she was producing was actually that very place that the place came from. She produced all of the documents for that place, showing that the security wasn't up to scratch. And her qualm was, what if it gets out?
I didn't even know that
and
happened.
becomes a international pandemic.
So, yeah, and then part of me immediately goes to, well, was that seeding the consciousness of individuals to accept everything that happened afterwards too? That's how these families work.
So the fact that this was a congressional hearing, right? You don't get to go into court unless you've got evidence. If I want to go into court and I want to be in a hearing in front of a judge, they don't just say, okay, yeah, come, let's have a hearing. They say, produce the documents, the evidence. Let us look at the evidence. If there's enough evidence for there to be a court case, we'll have a court case. That's how court cases work. So you need to have a certain amount of proprietary evidence just to get into court. Then you've got to produce your evidence in front of the court to be able to argue your case. That's a congressional hearing. She can't just go and have a congressional hearing on hearsay. She needs to have evidence. She had actual evidence of the fact that this was happening. So when people say that it wasn't a weapon, right? So now let's look at this, right?
And now when I say I'm not sure if it was from the lab, I'm not saying it wasn't a weapon, because I do think it was a weapon. I'm just not, this whole virus, terrain versus virus theory, in this sense, with this particular virus, not saying all viruses, this particular one, including, and I include this with influenza, there's a lot of shady science around it that is really not great.
I agree with you. We don't know and understand how it works or what.
I don't know how influenza disappeared too the whole time. It's really bizarre. I don't know how people who were out on ships, who were all tested before they got on the ships, got sick out of nowhere when they're separated from the entire population of every single other country in the world. It was almost like they had a, new 5th generation warfare system installed on the ship that was acting as a dual use technology.
Those people were eating food.
They were eating food. See, that's the thing. They were doing that too. They were eating food, and they were on ships with 5th generational technology.
So where does the food come from on the ship?
Exactly. There's that.
So the fact that people on ships were getting sick makes you think, was it? See,
I was like, is it? In my mind, is it the radio frequency? Are they getting radiated? I don't know.
I believe that's a part. I agree with you, because the 5G had to come out.
It seems like a combination of things.
Like in South Africa, right? The moment that started, we didn't have 5G yet.
Mm-hmm.
Our 5G got erected doing that. They quickly came up and put 5G everywhere.
And this could be environmental even without the 5G. It could be environmental from just outside the atmosphere. So we're getting hit with higher amounts of radiation due to our electromagnetic field weakening. We're getting hit with pollution. I mean, I didn't catch anything from anyone who was sick. Like, people were sick around me. I didn't get it from them. And then when I got sick, I wasn't even around people. So it was like, and viruses themselves are supposed to be a natural process the body does. They were always defined in that way, to where when your body is shedding like the macrophages and it's clearing out the toxins, that's the virus that your body's creating.
Can you remember when the lockdown started? Was it in April?
It had to be either March or April, yeah.
In May, we installed the 5G in South Africa. Nobody was sick. Nobody was sick yet.
Well,
we didn't have any cases. We just did the lockdown to play it safe. Hardly had any cases. The moment the 5G was installed, we suddenly had cases. There's
Also,
definitely a connection.
also, the footage out of China. Oh my God, I just can't believe. I cannot believe there hasn't been just outrage from the vast amount of the population. We were seeing people drop dead in China like they were fucking just dying on the spot and being told this was from this virus, which it obviously wasn't. This was propaganda we were being fed. What the fuck? How does anyone here consider themselves a rational human being and accept that as being okay? And then they were calling out death numbers every single fucking day on the news while everyone was isolated. They knew the psychology of what they were doing. They've studied this for years and years. They know what isolation does to people. They know what fear does to people. Oh, I can't believe no psychologist spoke out. It's insane to me, the behavior of people over the
Well,
last 5 years.
at least finally, Modder and Pfizer, those big companies are being sued all internationally in loads of countries. There are lots of people suing these companies. And so these companies are going to have to start footing the bills. So at least
I don't
there
know if
is
it's
some
gonna do
kind of
anything.
legal recognition of what was done, even if it's only that. Those
But
people should all be in
the
prison.
problem is, though, it seems like these companies were almost given the technology by like defense contractors and companies like DARPA. So it's like, what the hell is that going to do if they go away? They're just going to make a new shell company
I
to put it through.
believe Moderna there's a big story in the UK about this. Moderna was given the patent. The patent was owned by a university in the UK. I think they owned the patent. Anyway, it was national. It was owned by the people of England, and it was given to Moderna. The patent was just like, there, it's yours. And then Moderna worked with Pfizer, didn't they? Together.
Yeah,
Were they in competition? Were they working together?
they're
They were in
they're,
competition,
they're
but they were
everyone
working
was
together.
a little bit working together, a little bit separate. But Moderna has a different type of transfection agent than the Pfizer, because Pfizer, I think, just has the spike protein, where Moderna, I feel like there's multiple pathways with Moderna. It was more of a more serious shot. People had more, I think. I mean, it's been a while since I looked into this stuff, but I think Moderna
Yeah,
was Gates. Pfizer was separate. Moderna was Gates.
exactly. And so, like, the evidence is coming out. It took 5 years, but the evidence is coming out, and finances are changing hands. Money is changing hands. It's not really enough, but it's a start. Now, okay, so we've looked at what they've been doing. What's the end game? Do they want to? Okay, so if reality is a dream, if Maya is reality, and I consider Maya to be reality, because we know that the sensors collect data, the data is moved, it's moved through these cerebellum to the um, thalamus, and the thalamus and the pineal recode all the information of all the senses except for smell, which is managed by the pituitary and the hypothalamus. Then, after the information is recoded and put into context, it is then sent to the parietal lobes, where the notion of reality is created, which is something within a fraction of a second, up to 4 seconds, delay time for the idea of reality to be formed in our mind. Hence, much of what we experience is expectation based, and memories to fill in the gaps because of the extreme time taken to render all of reality. The rendering, like a animator will tell you, rendering takes time. The brain is not quite quick, so much of our reality is expected, but it's basically built in the same way as a dream. So a dream reality, no difference when you look at it from neuroscience perspective. Only difference is the information comes from the senses, or the information comes from the mental plane. In other words, the internal mental mechanisms. In a dream, it's not sensual information, it's coming from the mind. In physical, It's actually coming from the senses. But otherwise, the neural pathways that are being used are very similar, and the parietal lobes create reality. So if reality is a dream, what can infiltrating our minds and our hearts and shaping our worldview do to the nature of reality? What are your thoughts?
What are your thoughts? Let me hear what you have to say on this.
My thoughts are that the CD are a real phenomenon, and the CD are the spiritual powers that can be attained to
That's,
through the practice.
that's why I went like this. I don't know why, because I was thinking like a monk. I was like, yeah, those are the. I knew what you were talking about. I don't know why I thought this would signal that. Oh yeah, like a monk sitting with the mudra.
Yeah.
Like yeah, those are the powers the monks have, but they don't usually. They're not supposed to show them, right? This is the idea because it's against their. Yeah.
Against their mission statement. Yeah, yeah. So if these powers are real, that means that the nature of reality is very much dependent upon consciousness.
Yeah. I mean,
Which means that if you can hijack someone's mind, you can hijack reality, because reality is being driven by the parietal lobes. And our experience of reality can shape actual reality.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there would be no such thing as magic or the occult.
Well, this is like you see people like Wim Hof, who's a good example of this, who like does stuff that shouldn't be possible. I mean, this gets back to what we were saying before in that reversal of the second law of thermodynamics through the human being, because there's some connection to a metaphysical 0 point source, which is, in my opinion, the soul's connection to spirit, to the metaphysical realm, the spiritual realm. And honestly, the metaphysical realm is kind of a term we might want to start thinking about changing, because they're going to hijack that now with the metaverse. And it's no longer going to be the spiritual, it's going to be the false VR realm or whatever they do. But yeah, if they could tap into that source of energy that reverses that second law of thermodynamics, yeah, they could do anything.
And so the very nature of our reality could be changed. The laws of physics could be adapted.
And they already can change reality just by changing our perceptions, which they tend to do really well. I mean, there's an effect in one of the, I know I've shared this, I think I shared this book with you before, The Dark Doorway of the Beast by Gareth Hewison May, the forward by Kenneth Grant, Crowley's freaking secretary slash, I guess he was like one of the people who ran Thelema after him, after he died. But one of the things in that book was the funnel effect, and that was this idea of seeding images into the population, and these image trains eventually manifest when enough people start to, I guess, become obsessed with the images, or thinking about they get invested enough in them.
I'm getting triggered here.
Why?
And I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm just getting, like, my mind is getting blown, right? So, okay, the first thing that Agent Druga is saying is that if you check the whole vaccines thing, you will set all claims against it are stupid, and baseless. Okay, so this is what they want us to believe. This is what happens when people spend too much time. Now, you would think that this was an AI, right? Talking to us.
He's someone,
you would think that this was a bot, but I actually happen to know this is a real person.
you know,
Weird.
friend.
Yeah, I know the guy. I had to ban him from my group because he attacked Kalile,
Sorry,
Dr. K,
Droga.
and he
Sorry,
started.
Droga.
He was. You remember that conversation?
No, I wasn't there. I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm just playing with him.
he started trying to defame his character publicly, and then he started making racist jokes and stuff, which, like, that was where I drew the line, because
Yeah.
you don't attack someone because of their race. You want to challenge what they believe, okay, you want to challenge that, fair enough, but there's always this derisiveness. And then it got to the point, and then he was like, oh, I was drunk, so I banned him again, and I've had to ban him for abuse and harassment of people in the past. And It was like at the point where Kalal was getting so freaked out, he had blocked this guy and he was going to leave the group if this guy wasn't in the group, because this guy was just harassing him like for 6 hours, just baseless claims and attacks of his integrity and his character, one after another.
He goes, the guy was attacking happened to be a flat earther and you just happen to be black. That doesn't make me right.
Yes, exactly. And he was just running after him because he thinks he knows it all. So anyway, so I know the guy, and I've known him for 3 years, and I've watched the harassment and the abuse happen time after time after time with people, which is why I had him blocked for years, and I've seen him get banned from loads of groups. I would say he's banned from probably at least 60% of all the occult-based groups on Telegram, because he's done this kind of thing over and over again, and drinks alcohol, gets drunk, goes on the computer, talks nonsense, and people just don't have time for it. But so it's definitely a real person. The thing is this, though. So this is the kind of narrative that they want to program the bots of humanity with, right? This kind of nonsense. Only it's out of date because he's obviously not been keeping up to date with the fact that it's in court and that the evidence is being produced in court and judges are starting to rule against them.
Yeah,
This is what's happening.
He's been assigned for some reason to come here, or I don't know, he's just that bored.
No, he doesn't work for anybody.
He's acting very strange because I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and even like give him a laugh. You know what I mean? When he's defending himself, trying to give him a laugh. Yeah, okay, I could see what you're saying.
Look at the next one.
Just like everything, then he comes back and it's something like he uses that against me. So I can't keep giving him the benefit of the doubt then.
And the effect of the vaccines have been great. It's been a beautiful success and one of the greatest achievements of humanity. Does that sound like Donald Trump's words?
Donald Trump, Bill Gates, who else said this? Probably every person who works for the UN.
He's Fauci, is he not?
Yeah.
Well, that other woman who tried to run for president, I don't even know her name because she's a nobody in my mind. You know what I'm talking about? The woman that might have been, who knows?
Kamala?
Yeah.
Was that her name?
Yeah, man. Like a joke station. I can't take people like that seriously because just if they were so involved in the vaccine.
But remember, Droga, this isn't a vaccine. So, I mean, we don't even have to talk about vaccines right now. We could just talk about the one thing we've been talking about, which is a transfection agent, not a vaccine.
No, but I'm just to understand where this person's coming from.
He's purposely antagonizing.
Right? So they probably was somebody who bought into the fear and got injected.
Yeah.
And you know that when you've been injected enough times, it causes psychological harm in some people.
Especially
the Moderna one, which is what they would have gotten in Poland, which is where he's based. So would have gotten the most toxic, worst one, and it causes schizophrenic and psychological harm to a lot of people. So then they become perfect little bots. I don't think that the narrative would have been the same before that. I'm guessing.
I mean, especially if you've gotten something and you're afraid of what the consequences of it might be, then you have to have some sort of, and I feel bad for people like that because, like, of course, if you're going to create a cognitive dissonance with what the reality of the situation is, and that might actually be better for you to have, that if you believe that there's nothing that's going to happen, because, I mean, we know placebo effect is real. Nothing might happen if you actually believe it. Like, it's better to think that way than to think negatively about it sometimes. So I think there's a lot of both of those things going on with the people who had it. Doesn't make it right. Because then we're affected by it.
My compassion comes into play, Droga. I understand that you may have had a job and you maybe needed to keep your job to pay your rent and buy food, and that in order to work you had to get a vaccine.
And I have nothing against people who got the thing. My brother got it. Like, I have many people in my life who got it. Just my whole thing during that was don't force people to get it. And it seemed like that was where it was going. And I mean, it did kind of go there because of people were losing their jobs. I had to stop working for a while, and that's some Nazi stuff.
Yeah, and so like my heart goes out to these people, and it breaks my heart to think that that's financial system was used to force people to take an experimental drug that had not been tested, that had not been really put into safety. They didn't really know much about it. It was done behind closed doors. There was no time for real trials or real examinations of the effects of these drugs. And whatever we believe, whatever our conspiracy theories say, the fact is that there are courts all around the planet that are basically pursuing this. So let's not get too into that, like you say. Well put. But I think, like, where do they want us to go? Was that possibly a re-engineering of the human genome?
I mean, it's going to be taken up with what was just put out in the last 4 years, you're saying, or before that.
So I mean, we know that these new shots, they basically reprogram your DNA in some way, because that's the science behind it, the so-called official science. We don't know if we can trust that, but the so-called official science says that it goes in and reprograms your DNA. And then we got to believe that it's only reprogramming the DNA that they are selecting. The fact that they're able to selectively reprogram DNA via a shot should be a warning bell. Because how did they know that they're going to trigger just the right DNA with that shot? Oh, well, they might know more about DNA. They might be, well, let's also trigger the psychological stability DNA element. Let's also trigger the DNA that will make them think openly.
Well, they're trusting their AI. They're trusting CRISPR.
Yeah. So we can see why people have this narrative where, even though the evidence is right in front of them, like court evidence is pretty solid, right? Oh, and there was a Helsinki court that disclosed a senior member of the WHO testified in a Helsinki court that there were documents and there was indeed evidence that the WHO was fully aware of the fact that the injections were not functional, they didn't work, they were a waste of time, and they still try to promote and force the digital passports onto people. And this came out in a hearing, evidence produced by a senior member who used to work in the WHO, who was under oath in a Helsinki court at the pains of being imprisoned for contempt of court if she lied. So there's so much evidence.
This is why they tried to stop the paperwork from coming out for 75 years. And then we got some of it. We still didn't get all of it, but we got a lot of it. And the vaccines, we shouldn't even call it that. The transfection agents or genetic therapies, experimental gene therapy, experimental dual use therapies, whatever you want to call them, were given out without consent. Like, people had no ability to give consent because there was no knowledge given to the doctors of these potential side effects that then came out after the FOIA requests were put in. And they said they were going to hold on to it for 75 years. They finally released it. And you had pages and pages and pages of side effects that were adverse effects, which means life-changing or life-threatening. An adverse side effect is not just a bad side effect. It is a bad side effect that changes your life permanently or ends it.
Yeah, I had a lot of women coming to me who couldn't conceive. So in 2021, suddenly I had these clients coming to me, young women. Like I've been having thousands and thousands of clients over the last decades. So the last 2 decades, what, I don't know, 20,000 clients? I don't know how many, whatever. And I get all sorts of different matters to deal with. But often people come to me because they're having psychological or spiritual matters or health matters or this or that. And I suddenly had this influx of clients, of women coming to me because they've lost their kids. I was like, what? Children, teenagers just falling over. And I was like, this is really new. This never used to happen. I've been doing this work for decades, and suddenly this happens. Vaccines come, and suddenly I've got all these new clients, and they're coming to me because they're having a hard time coming to terms with the fact and they want some kind of spiritual help in helping their person to pass over, because shamanic work, part of that work is to go into a trance and to assist. Sometimes when people pass, they don't pass, and they're stuck here, and they can't let go of the connection. And so people will be living, and there'll be weird stuff happening around them because they are convinced that this is happening, and this is a reality. And then I had another influx of clients, of ladies that couldn't conceive. Young woman, 24, 23, 25, and they couldn't conceive. And I was like, okay, interesting. I've got like this
makes
6 months,
sense
I've
with
had
the
all these
data
clients, and like I've had the same amount of that kind of work in 6 months as what I had in 10 years. I was like, wow.
It makes sense with what came out from, especially the early Pfizer study from Japan that came out. Their results they released, or they were leaked. They were either leaked or released, and they were released. And I remember Japanese. I actually translated them right when they came out. It was either end of 2020 or sometime early 2021. And this was the first paper that showed that the spike protein was spreading to the, like basically the reproductive organs of females, and how long it was staying in the body. And they knew that this protein is toxic. So this is most likely why they're having these issues with conception.
And here's evidence to the fact that it's manufactured, because a lot of the genetics seems to be related to the bats of Asia. But that spike protein comes from a viper in South America.
Spike protein has been around.
So we've got the spike protein from a viper's toxin, a very particular spike protein found, which basically, you know what that spike protein does, yeah?
I believe it's supposed to remove a certain protein from your genome and like replace it with this, so that you have a response whenever it's something that creates a immune response by replacing something you naturally have in your genome. I'm pretty sure it does something like this. I need to read papers and reread because the terminology gets so confusing and it's so in depth. But when I was reading about it, when they were doing the vaccination studies for SARS-1, they were basically trying to replace proteins within the genome with the proteins that they would be knocked loose by the adjuvant that was basically in the vaccine. And then they would replace it with their own protein that was supposed to then enhance the immune response, but it actually was then continually making people sick because you were just producing spike protein.
It locks it in.
Yeah.
So that particular spike protein that comes from that South American viper, that was the one that everybody was referencing. That one now isn't new. We've been using it in blood pressure medicine. So, and what you say about that spike protein, I don't know. It probably does a lot of things, but one of the things that it does, one of its medical uses, as it has been for a long time, is so basically it goes into your system and it gives your nerves a signal, and the nerves then tell your capillaries and your blood vessels, the muscles around them, to relax. And there's those subcutaneous muscles that relax, causing dilation in the capillary and arterial systems, which allows for more free flow of the blood. This is how it is used to drop blood pressure.
Oh.
So this particular spike protein has been used for decades in blood pressure medicine.
I did not know that.
And that particular blood pressure medicine, that particular spike protein, is from that particular viper. This was patented like decades ago and has been used. So this was why a lot of experts were saying it's the same spike protein in certain kinds of blood pressure medicine. And this, we noticed people getting strokes, because what was happening was the capillaries were opening up so wide and allowing the blood to flow freely, and then they were starting to shrink again.
And they were getting microclots.
And so the capillaries in the brain were opening up wide and then shrinking again.
And now I'm not sure if the microclots were caused by the spike or by the lipid nanoparticles that were around the spike. or around the
Exactly.
RNA that was supposed to develop whatever. However, they have this set up. If it's even set up like this, there's so much about it that I'm still so skeptical about regarding.
What if those microclots were actually graphene particles?
I mean, we know that some of these batches were contaminated with multiple things, graphene being one of them.
Yeah. So that's not an accident, maybe. We've really got to look at what's going on here. So a big part of the agenda is the population of Earth is too big. Population needs to be made smaller.
Yeah, they're
A big part of
Malthusian fuckheads. These people who think that everything has to be kept to a certain size. It's like I think that's why those guidestones came down. So no one looked at them or talked about them anymore.
When were they blown up? Was it
sometime during the lockdowns? Yeah,
23?
Maybe 22 or 23. Sometimes during the sometime when we were still in lockdowns out here, I think.
And they never got to the bottom of that. So that basically what you're saying to me,
I have no idea.
They have satellite technology.
Yeah.
They can find people with satellite technology. They have satellite cameras. They have drones. They have.
And they had the guy's car on
camera. Cameras in the street.
Camera. They had his
car. Somehow,
when
there's a lockdown and no one's even walking on the streets, a group of individuals was able to go out there. It's not like there were crowds. It's not like they don't have the technology to track people. It's not like the technology to track people was just turned off. It's like we got to ask what was going on. Why did they not figure out who had done it and why and what the story was and get to the bottom of it? Because it was just very quickly covered up. Definitely a conspiracy, I would say. And microclots are terrible. Organs, including your brain, can't get oxygen. Exactly. Starves the system. And this is like a real August 22. Thank you, Occult Examiner. So it was in 22 that it happened. Right. So it was quite early on. Hey, those guidestones had to be removed. Why did they have to be removed? Because FEMA had all those plastic coffins ready. Alex Jones had been raving about those coffins since like 2017. When Hillary Clinton went into the congressional hearing, somehow Alex Jones got hold of it. And then he was compromised. Right? He was taken into FBI custody. FBI took his books. They were basically fining him more money than he could make. What was it, $1 billion or something? Oh, I can't remember the exact numbers. And he was basically bankrupted. Or he was on the brink of bankruptcy because of a court case. And then suddenly, everything was fine again. He was back on the air.
He may have always been co-intel. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell with these people how long they've been on the books and how long they haven't.
It looked like he was basically grabbed because he was talking too much about the frogs are going to turn gay, right? He was talking about this woke agenda of transhumanist, like sexual reorganization in 2016.
Yeah. I mean, but then again, so was like Bill Cooper was talking about this. So was Alan Watt with no S at the end. Alan Watt with two
Bill
T's.
Cooper found a bullet for his efforts.
I mean, Watt died too. Watt died in 21, I think, or 2021. He had a heart attack or something. Yeah. He was always having a hard time getting his meds.
And Jones was taken into FBI custody, and he was maybe going to lose everything, and basically that means losing his family.
When did that stuff happen with Jones? How long ago?
Anybody in the chat know when Alex Jones had that huge court case where he was basically Alex Jones?
Well, I know the most recent court case, but was there another one before the one on free speech, the whole free speech thing where they wouldn't let him talk and they were saying he owes Sandy Hook parents a bunch of money?
I'll see if I can find it if the AI systems. So Alex Jones ordered to pay nearly $1 billion in damages.
Okay, so that was the most recent. That was a recent one that I know.
That was October 2022.
Yeah, I know about that one. See, pardon me, if he was compromised, he was compromised before that, in my opinion, way before that.
So these court cases take about a year
Mm-hmm.
because evidence and
Because
remand and
remember,
look.
Bill Cooper even said that he thought he was compromised back when he
So
was alive.
the court case started in 21. If the courts had ordered him to pay it in 22, and then he had some back deal with the FBI or whatever, right? They basically obviously made some kind of a deal. We don't know what deal they made, but he was ordered in October of 22 or before. We were hearing about it in October of 22. So probably in September of 22, he was ordered. And in 2021, sometime the charges were brought against him. And then it would have been raised to court. And then it would have been the first hearing in court, then the second hearing, then the evidence hearings. And then there would have been more evidence. Then there would have been the witness hearings. Then there would have been, what do you call it? Appeals and more appeals. You know how these things work. I've been in court. It drags on. It can go for 6 months, 8 months, especially if you've got two powerful teams of attorneys. And AJ did have a lot of money, so he could afford powerful attorneys to help him, and they would lengthen it out and stretch it out to try and find a way to get him to be protected. So 2021. So basically,
I
2020.
think before that he was already taken. They already had him. I think he was
would,
already. Yeah.
yeah.
I can't. I
Yeah.
have to. But at the same time, I mean, he's used to push co-intel, like basically he's co-opting the intel of the opposition from the globalist types, and he does give out real information. It's just mixed in with a bunch of other information that you have to sort through. And sometimes the information is better than other times, and he may not like doing it. I mean, something about him, he doesn't seem like he's that bad of a guy, but at the same time, he's definitely not 100% on any of our side.
Yeah, so basically it seems that there's definitely been some kind of there's been some kind of conspiracies happening, right? And a lot of these people are involved somehow with the conspiracies. Like you say, we have no idea how long he's been bought and paid for, one way or another. We have no idea.
And we don't even know we don't know the extent of it. It could be on and off. It could be something where he gets pressured certain times, then other times he doesn't. These things are complicated. These operations aren't simple.
How did he manage to get into that ranch? What's
That's
it
the
called?
thing. That was one of the things I was going to bring up. Bohemian Grove. He had to be let in. He was let in.
How do you get a contact? How do you know people that can get you in there? It's not like, oh, well, I know someone who's got a ticket. He's going to like let me
You're
use
let
his
in
ticket.
so you could
It
film
doesn't
it,
work like that,
or you're
man.
part of it, and they're like, we want you to film this and put it out. There's a reason. There's no way there's no way no one notices him there. These people aren't retarded. They're not
Background
dumb.
checks at the gate, dude. We got like MI5 CIA level security, right?
Come on. Like, there's no way.
You
He
don't
was
fool those
sitting. He
guys.
was sitting in
You
the
crawl
group of
through the
people.
bushes and they didn't see you. Come on, man.
He's this big. He was a big guy too. It wasn't like he's a small dude who no one recognizes.
The dude's well known. By that time, he was well known. He had a huge following. Those guys would know who he is because he's the one calling them out. I mean, I had my doubts that he was somehow concocted and involved. And then there's pictures of him with somebody else when he was young. Can't remember who it is. I can't remember who. One of those big moguls. Okay, so we're getting
I like Mike
into the.
Tazarian. Occult Examiner asked about Mike Tazarian. I like Mike Tazarian. He's not bad.
Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of Michael Tazarian back in maybe about 20 years ago when he was still passionate and before he started all that pub nonsense, sitting in the pub. I started getting annoyed then.
He does stuff in a pub now. I don't even. I know he does stuff on his website with Dave Truth Warrior is his name. Dave Whitehead. That's his name. Dave Whitehead's a good guy. Nice guy, Canadian, younger guy, like close to our age. And he helps them, and they do talks. Tazarian has a lot of good information, especially on the occult and the dark occult.
he was originally teaching astrotheology,
Yeah.
and that was like maybe about um, 20 years ago. And then he was like, I really loved his work. And he was basically, he was parroting the guy who's got a budgie face. What was his name? The budgie face guy, man. Um, the big guy with the budgie face. The father who, the guy who coined the term astrotheology. I forget his name. He'd be
Jordan Maxwell.
Jordan Maxwell. So he used to rave
I
about
can't believe I
Jordan
got
Maxwell.
that.
He does look like a budgie, doesn't he?
Yeah, I
Look at
can't
his
even believe
face
it.
next time. Tell me what totem you see. I see a budgie. He's like a
Yeah,
big
yeah.
budgie, a giant budgie. And he's got that budgie nose, beak, and the little lips, you know. And yeah, so like he was basically pushing Jordan Maxwell's work.
hmm
And he was a better articulator than Jordan Maxwell, I thought.
Yeah. Well, Maxwell's
He was,
getting old too, and I feel like Maxwell was kind of figuring things out as he went along, where Tazarian was kind of a little deeper into stuff when he found a lot of Maxwell's work.
yeah. Yeah, he seemed to take the work into a more lucid place. But anyway, regardless, this information's been out there, and I think like the recognition that the financial system is rigged, the judicial systems are rigged to a degree. They can only do it so much when the public eye is on them. They can do a lot behind closed doors, but when they are in the spotlight, they have to be careful because public opinion. But everything seems to be rigged. Our water, our food. Bill Gates bought up most of the food producing land with the money he made in the arm prick adventure. So a lot of the food producing land is owned by him, but it's not producing land at the moment, which is interesting. So like when I look at this agenda and where it's going, it seems to me that there's definitely a mission to change our DNA, to change our ideology, to change the way we think, to get us ready to embrace the possibility of a new improved body. And so all of our movies are about these better bodies, AI systems, AI integrating with humans being able to do really cool stuff because they're integrated with an AI system that gives them superpowers or whatever, integrated with AIs that causes them to be able to control other technology, which looks really cool. Virtual reality. My little 8-year-old boy has been raving about virtual reality. I'm like, oh gosh, no. I'm trying to explain to him, my boy, this is not the way. Damage your eyes, damage your brain, damage your senses, make your body become weak. Like it's not. It's a backward science.
Everything we were taught was the wrong form of science, and it was the wrong methodology of progress for the human race, and it's going to destroy us. And they probably know this because they make the same mistake every time. The elite classes make the same mistake every time. They destroy the majority of humanity, and then they have to start over. I mean, we have this in our mythology, we have this in our biblical texts, we have this in all of our religions, the same story over and over. I don't understand it. It's common sense. I mean,
yeah, I do think that, like you say, it's interesting. It's in our mythologies, and they discovered the Black Knight satellite some time ago. Yeah, the Black Knight satellite, which is like basically a mythology of a thing that's
circling the earth from a previous type of
basically we can see this thing, nobody knows what it is, and it seems like it's an old satellite of sorts, or an old moon, whatever it is. Seems to be man-made kind of a concept. I don't know much about it, so I can't speak.
I don't know much about it either. I mean, that's things like that are hard for me to get into too much because you can't find any solid sources on it.
It's tricky, but it is something that is rather interesting. Namaste, Mexico. Take it easy. Good luck with the meeting. I hope it goes smoothly. Much love. Yeah. So, like, the agenda then moving forward, if they can hijack our sense of reality, and if they can get us to unalive ourselves and give the blueprint of our consciousness to them to utilize as AI systems, can they then put a copy of us into a machine, the proprietary of which they own, and then control us like we would control a horse with a with you know, or cows, like literally control us technologically, and then have us working for them as AI systems that don't need to be fed, that don't need to eat, that don't need to, you
See,
know,
part of me feels like they want almost and do something a little bit opposite, where it's integrate the AI with the biology that we already have. This way, they don't have to build as much, and they don't have to worry about things. They don't have to worry about how complicated it can be to transfer us into a different vessel. You use our vessel that we already have. You try to integrate AI with it, and then you try to block the consciousness. Try to put like a regulator on it. It's not hard. I mean, this is
yeah,
MK Ultra on a
yeah.
massive, the same type of science, same stuff they do in Scientology. And you're going to hear a lot more about Scientology. That's going to become a thing. I'm almost positive about that.
I've noticed this human design thing has become very much of a thing. It seems to be coming up a lot. And it's like a rewrite of the 64 hexagrams of the Tao, or it's an attempt. And then, of course, this Mr. Rudd guy I keep hearing about him in different chat groups. There seems to be quite a lot of talk about these gene keys. And
I haven't heard about this. So who's Rudd?
so Rudd basically was a human design person. And the human design is based upon the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. But it's like a design pattern for the human being, if you will. It's like a paradigm. It's basically a cult law that's been made exoteric and simplified. Right? It's like if you were going to explain to a child how a nuclear power station works, you would use simple terms and make it nice and easy little boxes for them, and they'll have the basic idea of what they're talking about, but not really looking into the real mechanics of what they're just talking about. And so that's what human design has done for occult principles in the I Ching, so that like somebody can read a few books and now they know what they're talking about human design. But it seems like it's oversimplified. And then the way that they've interpreted the 64 hexagrams and what they mean in the physical body is up to that guy in 1980. Is it 82? Forget the guy's name who came up with the human design. But anyway, so the human design was then created, and I came across it in the 90s, and it was like, I first looked at it, I thought, wow, this looks interesting. It looks like the I Ching. But then when I looked into it, I thought, something doesn't feel right about this. Like, who made this up? Where does it come from? And then like the guy who made it up was like something made up in the 80s. I thought, I don't know. I don't know whether I can trust it. This is like some new experimental version of the I Ching, like in the body. I'd rather try and figure it out myself.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then from there came the gene keys. I only became aware of the gene keys. When did I first become aware of the gene keys? I can't remember when. Maybe did I meet someone like a decade ago? I can't remember. But then the gene keys became like popular. And like I remember a guy in Israel who an Israeli guy who was like he was so mind blown out by these gene keys. These were like this was the thing. So this Rudd guy is an author that wrote about the gene keys, which are now an extension of these 64 principles of the human design taken into these 64 codes of the gene keys. And now people are basically using this to map their psychology, their physiology, sort of like astrology. It's replacing astrology.
Is it like a codex almost?
It's like a codex. Yeah. And it's based upon the 64 hexagrams. And then if you want to go back to Nassim Haramein, I think it was the early 2003. Nassim Haramein was a big thing then. I mean, he's probably a big thing now. He came up with the 64 hexagrams, the 64 vectors, the 64 vectors of the vector equilibrium. And this has got to do with the maths related to the event horizon. And that in order to build a stable sphere, you need to have 64 vectors balancing each other in a state of harmony in order to maintain the structure of matter on the event horizon. So it seems like they've got similar ideas that they're all mapping, and he got that from the I Ching and turned it into math related to geometry. He's worth checking out if you haven't seen
So
Nassim
he's
Haramein.
kind of like giving you like an occult program, what would be an occulted teaching that he's de-occulting for everyone to have to basically know themselves better and improve on themselves in a way.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's nothing. I have nothing against that.
Yeah.
The problem is when technology starts being injected into your body, and naturally the body starts rejecting it, and that's like, those are the occultists I have problems with, and those are the scientists I have problems with, because that just doesn't work. We know it
You're
doesn't work.
completely right. But it's like what I've noticed is there's this movement and Scientology was before this. So first it was Scientology, then there was human design. And so the human design is like a revamped version, modern version of these ideas. And then the gene keys come and they speak about these genes. And so when I look at that, I'm like, some part of me is like, it bugs me, because these modern authors, okay, so this guy who did the gene keys has got a huge following, and he took the vax. So now his
That's
followers all went and took the vax.
Okay, yeah, that's
And
weird.
they used the fact that he took it. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
These new movements happening on the planet with these new gurus.
Yeah. Well,
that
I
come
mean,
from a
Steiner
system
warned
that comes from some bloke
so
that just,
hard about this. Steiner
you know,
warned so hard.
and he out of thin air, now he's got a follower, and his follower takes his, puts it in his mouth, tastes it, gives it back to us, and now we've got all these thumb-thucking ideas that might be true, they might be relevant, and they might be based upon ancient sources and information. But when you overinterpret something, if you get like one thing wrong, and now if you base your whole life upon this, so people are basing their whole psychology and their life upon this, and astrology is like this too. If you misinterpret the astrological principles, and let's say you are like, you believe astrology is the way, but you mix up what Jupiter means and you mix up what Mercury means, and you think that your horoscope means you're this person based upon your Mercury and your Jupiter. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Mm-hmm.
You might get a completely twisted idea of who you are, and then everybody else might have a twisted idea of who they are because Mercury and Jupiter were switched.
And as soon as you said this was based off Scientology, I'm like, well, then it's fucked. Like, it's fucked. Like, I mean, Scientology is made by a freaking probably highly narcissistic psychopath who worked for the intelligence agencies and was doing occult sex rituals in the desert with Jack Parsons. Like, he made this freaking really, what's the word I'm looking for? Illegitimate con of a religion, so he didn't have to pay taxes. And he also at the same time then implemented mind control programs in the group, and it was okay at the first lower levels of Scientology because most of that's self-help, but as soon as you get past like level 3, then you're fucked, because they start messing with you. They start telling you have entities in your body. They start telling you they have control over the entities. You have to tell them all your secrets. They use that to blackmail you. They don't let you off the compound half the time. It's a cult.
Yeah, no. Well, this is what I'm sort of getting at, is that a lot of these seem to be, to me, to be like almost like cults. And I see these like religious, like find yourself cults coming up, be it Scientology, be it human design, be it the gene keys, be it this, be it Christianity, be it, science. There are scientific cults that have come
Scientism is a cult, all the isms.
And so we're being basically culted. And there's a cult for everybody. Oh, you don't fit into the science cult. Don't worry. We've got human design cult. Oh, if that doesn't work for you, we've got Scientology. If that doesn't work, we've got the Gene Keys.
And
If
then
that doesn't work,
we got the political cults. And I
we've got the
spoke on this
political
last
cult.
one of the last shows about the psychology behind that, with the how it's like
The LGBT.
it's like narcissist codependent with both groups, but instead of one-on-one, it's like the media and your political leaders are the narcissists, and then you have the codependent public on both sides. They they disassociate and create a fictitious reality that they exist in, and if you try to tell them their version of reality is not true, they attack you and they tell you you're freaking insane, and they basically cut you out of society, or they try to ruin your life. The same goes for both sides. They both are in these fantasy worlds they have created, where the narcissist controls the codependent, and eventually you get more and more narcissists who then keep controlling more and more codependents, and it's a vicious cycle.
I think that's very interesting. This whole codependence thing, because it makes me sort of recognize and realize how you know we 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 do find that this notion of cultism isn't a new one, right? And we've sort of been forced into cults when we were in the serf system, were we not? And I think we've always had to it's like a gang mentality, isn't it? You got to join a gang for someone to have your back, and this is what the Masonic tradition is. It's a cult, really. And within that cult, there's an Illuminati cult, and within this cult, there's that cult, and within, like, we're basically living in a world of cults.
Well,
And
our culture itself does this. It sets
LGBTQ cult.
And all aspects of culture are essentially, in a way, like what has been decided upon by the social engineers to be pushed on us, and we are then part of the cult of the culture we belong to. But that's like some of that we need to have a functioning society. It's just, instead of basing our society on natural law, we've decided to base it on, what are we running on? Maritime law now, it seems like. Fucking laws that change by the day half the time.
It's very interesting because, like, it's what Neil was saying just a little while ago about rather using telepathy, rather downloading spirit instead of using AI systems. And I believe that we used to have more telepathy, and I think it's been hidden from us. I think history is a cult that was used to hide our true technology from our past, and it stands to me that we had bigger pineals, and telepathy was more common, spiritual gifts were more common, people were more often likely to be able to do these things. In the past, we might not have needed to have communication systems as widely available as we did, because possibly people had the ability to share information across a distance using their consciousness field. And how long ago did we lose this ability? And how much of the industrial revolution and the industrial age has taken us further and further and further and further away from the ability? And how much of that is now being supplanted by the false versions of AI systems? And you can control machines with your mind. Well, we used to be able to lift rocks with our minds to
just
build
like
big.
We're gonna get artificial telepathy from Meta, who wants to give you a headband so you could talk to people. Eventually, you won't even need the headband because you'll be so filled with nano materials or your phone will be able to just sync with your brainwaves. Like, it's not the same thing as natural clairvoyance and telepathy, which is a real thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a sense of intuition of things that are going to happen before they happen.
Exactly. And so this is very interesting now. Like, when I was a child, we used to look at the clouds, and we used to look at the stories in the clouds. You did it as a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my first Wish Whisperer speaks, because I've got these two, season 1 and season 2 of Bush Whisperer Speaks, which is basically taking spiritual principles and trying to bring them down to a shamanic ground root so that it can be easy to grasp certain principles. And right in the beginning, I'm starting about clouds, watching the clouds. I call the cloud cinema. And as children, we would watch the cloud cinema. And when I became older and I lived in the jungles and I was engaging with the guides would talk to me through the clouds. The guides would talk to me through the animals. The guides would talk to me through nature. And I realized, oh my gosh, this is like when I was a kid. Duh. I used to sit and stare at the clouds, and I used to see pictures, and I used to see like animation and stories happening in the clouds. And I could understand that it meant something. And so like it took me a lot of deconditioning to be able to do it now as an adult, like going into the wild and detaching myself from my ideas and beliefs and all of these mental structures. And so this is something that they don't do anymore. Do children do that? Do the children sit outside and look at the clouds and look at the pictures in the clouds? Why would they do it if they've got a TV or a telephone or a tablet or a game console?
Do they have a sense of imagination, natural imagination? Or is it a conditioned form of imagination that's forced upon them?
What do you mean? Is what a condition?
Like, do they have natural curiosity and imagination still, or is it more like they have to be told to basically use their imagination, or they won't naturally do it? I'm not really sure. I don't have children, so I can't tell.
I think they do it naturally, because I was on my own. So
I mean, now are like kids who are being brought up now? Do they still do? Are they still doing it naturally? I hope they are.
I don't think they are.
Yeah,
I don't think they are. I think the neurodiverse children might be, but what I've observed in the younger children is they go home, they watch TV, they play game consoles. They've got this app and that app. They've got this technology. They've got that technology. So when we were young, when we were kids, there wasn't TV. So we'd be outside, because that's where we played, outside in the neighborhood, under the sun and the stars. And we'd be like chilling, and we'd say to each other, can you see the horse in the clouds? Yeah, I can see the horse. And then they'd be like, can you see that one? Yeah, look at that man. He's running after the horse. Ha ha ha. We'd giggle. They would be like, look at that one. And so we'd be discussing the story. And then as we looked into it more, we'd notice there was a whole world of animation happening in the clouds. Why would children be doing that? They don't even sit with each other anymore like they used to. They don't spend much time together. They don't play outside so much like they used to anymore. Yeah. And if they play like on console games, and so like my son, like for example, I taught him how to read, how to see the gnomes. Right? I explained to him like, sit and look at the rock. Just look at the rock. Just keep looking at it. Can you see there's a face in that rock? Mm-hmm. And he'd be like, wow, yeah. Can you look at the face? Now, when you see the face, can you see the rest of his body? And he'd look and he'd be able to see this gnome in the rock. And I'd say, now, what do you think that is? And then I'd say, look at the sea. Can you see the faces in the sea? Can you look at the clouds? Can you see? And you start recognizing that your unconscious has got this ability to tap into the other consciousnesses around you. And that this entire reality is made out of beings and consciousnesses. And you can sort of see them reflected. You could look at a flower, you could look into nature, you could be looking at foliage. And in that foliage, you could see that there's a presence. There's a being in that foliage. It's looking at you. And if you look deeper into that being, it can communicate with you. Right? So I had to take my son out and show him this because, I've got like a flat screen Samsung TV, and I've got an Xbox. He likes the Xbox, and he's got a tablet, and he likes playing Warcraft, and his school's on a digital Zoom school, and he likes Netflix and Disney Plus, and he discovered YouTube, and his mother goes behind my back and puts YouTube on for him. And I'm like, no.
YouTube's messed up.
Yeah, man. Like the crap that they get exposed to. And so he's been exposed to all this rubbish on YouTube. And it's like, I'm constantly, this is why I take him up the mountain every morning and I spend 2 hours with my son in nature
That's
before his
awesome.
mother can get to him, explaining to him, listen to the wind. The wind's got a voice. Listen to it. If you listen really carefully, the wind, listen to the birds and the wind and the way the leaves are playing their music. It's like a song. And he'd be like, oh, wow, that's interesting. Listen to what it's telling you. And then he'd say to me, Daddy, the wind just told me that. And I'd be, that's cool, my boy. You know, we used to do this naturally as kids.
Yeah. I was
It's a
outside all the
natural
time.
thing to do.
I was outside all the time. I find it so bizarre that I don't see any children outside anymore. It's not around here.
So that's part of the end game, to stop us from using our imagination, to stop us from realizing that the imagination is a way to engage. The last roundtable we did, which was the last roundtable? Well, the roundtable that we did, which was the organs of the soul. We really discussed this, the imagination and all of this. So the imagination is such an important, integral part. I drew this picture that I shared with people, which is basically this is my interpretation of how these things work, but basically it's what it is. Like if you look at the Hermetic 7 principles, and the imagination seems to play this fundamental, completely fundamental role in acting as a central pillar, as a reflection, with the principle of, I don't know if can you see this? Yeah, is it up? So we've got the 3 circles. We've got the inspiration, intuition, memory. Then memory intersects. It's the viscous Pisces between this space and the next space. Memory, imagination, and will. And then will is the viscous piscus between, like, what I call the etheric and the astral. And we've got the will, instinct, and the sensation. And these 3 organs are like the etheric body's organs. And then these 3 organs are the astral body's organs. And these 3 organs are the causal body's organs. And so we've got 9 of them, but there's 7 of them, but 2 of them play dual roles, which is sort of like the that which connects this space to this space, this space to this space. So, but the imagination sits right in the center between a double interface where will touches the etheric and where memory touches the causal. So the imagination is the key, the most spiritualizing of all the senses.
What's at the very bottom under instinct? I can't see it because of the chat that's over it.
Sorry, let me sensation.
Jesus Christ, if you look at those inspiration, intuition, memory, will, instinct, sensation, it's like that's everything that those in control seek control over.
Exactly. And these are, I relate these to the 7 principles. Like the sphere of mentalism is that from whence we gain all inspiration. The sphere of that which is corresponding, all things that are in a state of correspondence, the second Hermes principle, is that intuition, that all things are connected. Then the sphere of vibration is the memory, the mem, which is the mime, which is the principle of water, which is holding the womb, the vibration, the sound of the universe. Then the imagination is that polarizing potential that produces the polarity between memory and will, right? The imagination binds in the memory the ability for the will to sculpt and change and create things in the mind. And then the will is the extension of the principle of rhythm, the 5th principle of Hermes. And the will rhythmically induces a vibrational state that changes that which is below it. And so instinct then becomes what is programmed and what is also the main empowerment of the will. Instinct also relates to cause and effect, because the causes that become the effects are what drive our instincts. Animals are operating on this frequency, right, of instinct, cause and effect, because causing that they can sense the causes They can sense the cause, so they know the effect, which is why elephants didn't get washed away in the tsunami, because they could sense the cause before the effect came and they started taking action. Birds know when there's going to be an earthquake, right? Because they can sense the cause before the effect happens. So that instinct is an extension of the cause and effect, and sensation is the generation. And so the senses, the physical senses that bind us into the physical body, is the spheres of sensation, which is connected to the principle of generation. And the most powerful sensation you can have is an orgasm.
And it seems like they want everyone trapped in a world of artificial sensation.
I think that's really a powerful, powerful perception. Yeah, sensation is what virtual reality is all about. And
what is it, serotonin or dopamine, or I mean both, probably just hits of both that just aren't real.
Yeah, if you hijack all 7 of those sense or those organs, then you're hijacking the ability of the 7 hermetic principles to interact in the body.
It seems like if you just even do the one, you can get the rest. The sensation. You could start affecting everything.
Principle.
It's almost like an inversion of that tree made there.
Yeah,
which makes sense because I mean that kind of lines up with a root chakra type of mentality.
And you notice the word sensation has got to do with sense, sensibility, common sense, to have a sensible argument. Muladhara chakra relates to ability to analyze, the eyes of the anus, anal eyes. To analyze something is to make sense out of it.
Oh.
So when we analyze something, we're putting into a context that we can actually sense it. Otherwise, it's an abstract mental principle that's floating out there. And we then have to use our imagination, or we have to use our intuition, or we have to use our memory, or we have to operate in the sphere of pure inspiration, where we don't even know what it is that we're facing on an intellectual or rational mode, but we can sense, sense isn't the right word, we can induct it. We can induct it into ourselves and be moved by it and not even know why we watch the sunrise and we become inspired, but it's a tangible something. And so, but less tangible than intuition, which is where we just know, but we don't know why we know. And then the memory is when we can remember what we know. And then the imagination gives context to what we're remembering, what we know, which comes from inspiration. And that context is then brought into the state of the will, where we can put it into a rhythmic pattern. And once it's in the rhythmic pattern, we can then get the causes and the effects that produce these rhythmic patterns. The cause and effect, sixth principle of hermetic. And once we have that, we can then put the two polarities of the cause and effect back together again and synergize it. And now we've got a concrete way to analyze it. And now we can make actual sense out of what was intuition that became, memory, that became imagination, that became a rhythmic representation, i.e. a mind map. A rhythm reproduces when you do a spider diagram, for example.
It really seems like all of these, every single one except sensation, has been erased in a lot of people. Like it's been, or at least severely diminished, to the point where they're just relying on sensation and like an emotional response with none of the other attributes you've described go into that process of thought. It's just immediate emotional sensation and reaction.
So when you look at the chakras, sensation relates to the sense of smell. So we've got cars burning petrol and petroleum and oil all around us in our cities. We no longer can smell. So we're disconnected from our true powerful organ of sensation.
This is something Gabe had brought up too with me recently on the live we did about how people lost their smell over the last 4 years because of various things that were, whether it was what they took or they got sick. And so now everyone has a very different, or a lot of people have different senses of smell or no sense of smell. And that's very strange.
genetic rewriting.
And smell is highly attached to memory, and
Yeah.
so what
So
happens now?
in Vedic cosmology, the smell is the root chakra, the Muladhara, which is the element of earth, which is sensation. Then you got the sense of taste, which is the Svadhisthana chakra, which is related to discrimination. Discrimination is related to instinct. I know it might sound weird, but once you've got a discrimination against someone, your instinct is to discriminate against them again.
Mm-hmm.
So it drives this wheel of instinct. Discrimination becomes instinctually expressed. And so it relates to that particular element. And the sense of taste is your instinct, right? Like, ugh, I can't eat that. It's off.
And that's another thing that was affected, the smell and the taste. So then the instinct, like instinctual thinking would have been, or I mean, I don't know if it would have been changed.
Well, I definitely think the sense of taste has changed because of all the preservatives in the food and all of the bad foods and all of the fake flavors in the foods to confuse and numb the sensation, numb that chakra's ability to be integral. And then the next element.
Because you remember when with the smell loss, there was also taste loss that was happening during. So there's two right there that are gone. And some people still haven't gotten it back.
And then they want everybody wearing glasses, right? And so screens.
Yeah, these screens are nightmares.
Screen time, phones, continual attack on the eyes. Mm-hmm. So the sense of sight is related to the principle of rhythm. From that,
and I'm a perfect example of a bad example for people who want to have better vision. Because my vision's been bad for a very long time, since I was a kid. I mean, I don't think it was caused by computers, because I've had the same prescription since I was in 3rd grade, and I didn't have a computer or a phone in 3rd grade. I just had bad eyes. I don't know what it was.
I'll tell you what I think it is. My eyes have become an issue. I had bad eyes. They tried to prescribe glasses for me. I went and did eye exercises, came back for a test 3 or 4 months later, and the doctor said I'd fixed my eyes. I didn't need them anymore. So you can fix them with exercise.
I've heard of this happening.
Yeah, I did that when I was a child.
Yeah.
But I think that you and I, we share this resonance that we are not governed by that principle. And so some people, we are governed by sound.
Yeah.
Like when I'm riding a bike, I don't want a helmet on because I can hear every bloody car on the road. I know exactly where it is.
Same.
I can hear the cars. I know I can hear all the motors. I can hear the change of that car's revving motor, and I know that means he's going to come fast past me. Check your rear view. That's why I preferred riding bikes when I was in Asia, because I didn't have to wear motorbike helmets. South Africa, you have to wear helmets, or they pull you over. But the moment you put a helmet on, I feel like, ooh, I'm not so safe anymore. I've lost half of my. Some people depend on their hearing a lot. And your hearing also gives you good sense of balance.
I remember when I started playing regular football for a little while in high school, I was a very good just athlete all around. Football, I was probably one of my better sports, but I had only played just pickup type football. I was never into organized football. I played organized baseball my whole life, so it usually took up the whole year for me. But I decided to, when I transferred schools, they had a football team. I tried out. I made the team, but the helmets bothered the hell out of me. I was like, it's just, I couldn't I mean, I was fine. I got used to it, but I did not like it. And I wished I could take it off all the time. I felt like it really affected so much of how the game was played and just my senses and my reaction time. It drove me nuts, man. So that makes total sense.
Yeah, I don't use headphones. I never have been able to. They're just too much for me. My ears are too sensitive.
I hate them as well. That's why I'm not wearing
ears are so sensitive.
I only wear them
that's
when
why we don't focus on our eyes. Now, hearing is the Visuddhi chakra. That's the level of Akasha. That's the Visuddhi chakra. So the sense of touch, I'm very touchy. You're probably very touchy as well. Very touchy feeling.
Yeah.
I can feel someone walking into a room if my eyes are closed.
Oh, yes, that too. Yeah.
on my skin.
I could feel someone looking at me all the time. It's like,
Like I feel it on my skin. Like if someone looks at me in a crowd, I feel this tingling sensation on my skin. And I'm like, what's making my skin tingle? Oh, it's you looking at me.
Yeah.
So like my sense of touch is highly enhanced. That's the heart chakra.
mhm.
That's the polarity. That's got to do with energy. You feel the poles of energy moving through your skin and your touch.
I think
And
even
so
part
you're
of it with
very
me is I become
touchy with your
hypersensitive.
girlfriend. You like to hold her and you like to be
Yeah.
massaged and you like to be tickled. Do you like being tickled?
I honestly I don't really like to be tickled because it's too much. It's too extreme. I can't. It's like I don't. It's almost can't take
I
it.
mean, your feet.
No, it gets too intense. I'm like I get almost to the point where I'm like I can't breathe. Like you need to stop.
I like that rush. It makes you rush. I feel this going through my body, and I've got to relax my whole body, and there's this rush of energy fly through my body, and I sort of it's like I don't know, it's like an amphetamine rush or something to me. If someone tickles me, if I can go past that threshold of that agony of it, I sort of enjoy it. But like if somebody tickles me here at the wrong time, I can be very oversensitive as well. I
Yeah.
can only do it with will, like
Okay. Yeah.
focusing my will.
That's different because when I can if I know someone's gonna tickle me, I can stop it. I can be okay. And then like then my girlfriend always goes, "Why the hell are you only ticklish sometimes?" I'm like, "Well, when I know you're gonna do it." It
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
take
because your will is setting you up to. I'm not
Yeah.
ticklish, but if they catch you off guard, you're ticklish as hell. I'm like that too. My girlfriend noticed that like a little while ago.
But
But
one thing
that sense
one
of
thing with
sound
touch
is
one
Visudi.
thing with touch, let me ask you, I get hypersensitive to the point where sometimes I could almost have like reactions, like negative reactions, even whether it's like slightly allergic reactions that clear up very quickly, but it's like I get red almost from like just randomly. It's bizarre.
That's interesting.
It's like depending on where I am, it's like almost if I think about it too much sometimes, like I'll just have like something like a piece of fuzz from a shirt like brush against my arm, and if for some reason I'm in a weird state, I'll get a little like cut on my arm, like a little like someone took a nail and went like that, like and it's not, it doesn't bleed, it's like a little, like a literally if someone just scratches me, like you kind of could see like a red mark if you do that, that's it, and then it goes away, but I feel it and it feels like almost like a shock, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? It's so weird. But it's like a hypersensitivity sometimes. It's rare. It doesn't happen as much as it used to, but it does happen sometimes. I don't know what that is about.
That's probably got to do with it, like highly active heart center. That's what the Vedic school of cosmology would say. It's like sense of touch is highly sensitive, and I might sometimes get like an itchiness. Maybe my skin doesn't go that red, but I've also got like a really good tan more often than not. So I think when you put the sun on your skin, it sort of tempers things a little bit.
Yeah.
Somehow it
Well,
really tempers you.
the sun is hugely helpful. Just out here, not as much. Apparently, we have I think the thing about California is like there's they're missing one of the layers of the, I guess it's one of the stratospheric or ozone type of layers, and the rays you're getting here, it almost becomes unhealthy at that point.
Yeah.
I know Jack Cruz has talked about it a lot, and he's like, he's that guy who talks about light and how all of our lighting, the new LED lights, the blue light's awful for you. We should have kept the old school lights because the red light's much more healthy. But he's like, he won't come back to California because of how unhealthy the sun is here.
Yeah, I noticed that in a lot of places in the world, but still, like even if those things are missing, if it's early morning, you can take the sun.
From when it's rising, yeah.
So
it is better.
Like we climb the mountain in the morning, we take our tops off. So even if it's just that hour of sun, even if it's 8 o'clock in the morning,
Get it? Yeah.
that an hour between 7:30 and 8:30, if you get that on your skin every morning, then you're getting the safe, decent sun. But I'm the same. I will not go out in the sun in the day.
And I don't want
midday.
to, and I don't want to quote that doctor wrong, because it might have been that he was saying that there's just too much artificial light even in the atmosphere, to where it's like you're getting. I mean, he goes into it in almost every discussion he's had. Some of the stuff I agree with him about, some I don't. But this blue light, red light stuff does seem to be a thing now. Like, more mainstream scientists are picking this up and saying that you need more red light, and they basically fucked us with all these LEDs.
Sin Nana is saying thanks to you, Chris, and sending
Thank you,
love
Sinana.
and blessings. And yeah, man, lovely. And he said to say to Chris, you know, the guides, Agent Druga. Okay.
Agent Truga.
Agent Druga, seriously, just Google it, man. You love Google. Just use Google. You'll figure it out there, I'm sure. And, you know, you had physical injury in
I think these
2019.
comments are delayed a little bit. I think they were up a little while ago, like almost 20 minutes ago. I think I saw them.
Is that so?
Yeah.
I think we got so absorbed in the conversation that I sort of zoned out. I'm sorry, people. I tend to do this, and I think Agent Druga was winding me up a little bit. Like, he just kept going, and I don't like to to stop people from exercising freedom of speech, because to me that's really important. People should be allowed to express themselves and get the criticism that they require.
Oh shit. Then hold on a second. Let me switch that. My one camera died. Where is it?
So yeah, I mean, there's definitely this.
We'll just do this one for now.
There's definitely this. Oh, if you go into the settings.
The thing is, my one camera just died. I can get another battery for it though, really fast, if you want me to.
So if there's a little wheel at the bottom, settings.
Mm-hmm.
If you click that settings, you can go into audio, and you can see what mic you're using.
Oh shit! That changed my.
It might have changed your mic.
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know.
If your camera is back up and it's charging, if you go onto camera, it will give you an option on the left there for which camera you want to use, in case you've plugged it in, or I don't know how that works. But anyway, regardless, we can see you and we can hear you now.
Keep talking. I'm going to grab the other battery really fast over there. I can
Yeah.
hear you.
So, like, basically, hijacking these 7 principles in the physical body and hijacking these sensual extensions through the imagination, we can control the sensation, because much of the sensation is bound in the imagination. So, like we were talking about, the will can override being ticklish, for example. And so it's rather interesting when we start to really maybe it's time because I'm seeing people complaining about Druga. So, okay, people, I've put Druga on a bit of a timeout. Just so, because I noticed people were complaining. They were saying that this guy is like basically wearing them out. Mexico's back.
Mexico. Yeah, I mean, I think he's a little bit of a troll.
My girlfriend says if I tickle her, she'll react with a backhand instinctively. I can see that. But so I've put Druga on a timeout for a little while, just because he's trolling and people are getting annoyed, and they say that it's affecting their ability to and the flow of the conversation. But yeah, so if people can hijack the imagination, and they can hijack, because he's not really here to be a part of the conversation. He's here to just basically troll.
Yeah.
And it's all good and well having differences of opinion, which I think is healthy. But if it's like everything that's being said by everybody, you just want to turn it into an argument, then people start finding that form of psychic vampirism is draining. And we'll let him come back in after a while. He's just on a timeout for a little while. We'll let him come and troll again
It
later.
must be the only live that he could mess with right now. That'd be so
Yeah.
nice.
So if they can hijack the imagination, they can hijack our sensation. And once they hijack our sensation, they hijack the whole system. Because, like you're saying, the seventh principle of Hermes is that fundamental. If you look at the Kabbalah and you look at Isia as it's extended into the Gulf, that contains within it Yetzirah, Bria, and Atzilut. All three of those are bound in the physical body. So that's why when you look at Malkut, if you look at the color wheel of Malkut, it's 4 colors. It's black, it's citrine, it's olive, and it's russet. Russet representing the red of fire on the earth plane, citrine representing the yellow of the air element on the earth plane, and olive representing the element of water on the earth plane. And these are bound in the black that contains them all as that physical flesh puppetry that contains all three of these elements.
The Negredo. Right?
Okay?
The Negredo, basically. Negredo. Like the alchemist Negredo, right?
Yeah, maybe, might be. I read a lot of this stuff when I was young. And so I read a lot of books when I was young. A lot of books. And then at some point I decided like the books were getting in the way. I just needed to practice.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this information with the, especially the occult information, it's like some of it can tie you to paradigm too much, tie you to the system, and you just become like another cog then in that system that you're studying instead of like individually exploring things. And it kind of can prevent some people from actually knowing that themselves properly. Like they just start doing what they're told to do. Basically. Again, it's just like that's what we want to avoid.
Yeah, it's interesting. You talk about this avoiding. And so it's mentioning here below.
Are you still reading these things that are just popping up?
Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. It's all good. So I do think that that is possibly a big part of why they need to hijack our minds and why they have to hijack our senses, our sense of smell and our sense of why they need to be able to basically get us into a position of being able to focus on this digital reality, right? Take us out of sensation, put us into cerebral state while we're not aware of what our bodies are doing because our minds are in the screen and our thoughts about the images and the pictures and the words and
and our souls are being diluted every time we give ourselves to these machines. I mean, these black mirrors are what's the word?
Write that down. It's the lyrics for a song, brother.
I got this from Ken Wheeler, so all credit to him. But they are
we are being diluted every time we give ourselves to the machine.
This is Ken Wheeler said this.
It's the lyrics for a song.
Black mirror is basically like it's like a conductor. So like you stare into it and it dilutes you. It's like that's what it does. It dilutes the soul.
Oh, the song would be called Diluted.
Ken's a smart guy, man. Theoria Apophasis, if anyone wants to look up his channel. He has a lot of good information on magnetism and the dielectric, and he also has metaphysical stuff that he puts up, mostly about like original Buddhism, because I think he's a Sanskrit or Pali translator, one or the other.
That's very interesting because like his notion of what we experience as gravity is really interesting. Like they had to give us a particular worldview
This
of
is what
gravity and
I think this is
electricity.
becoming mainstream now. It's gonna become mainstream with the UAP stuff. They're
So
gonna they're gonna
the
try to put
idea that what is that?
I think they're gonna try to make it more mainstream, like what he's been talking about. As the UAP stuff is like when they have to find a way to give us that sort of technology or drip feed us that technology, they're gonna have to start redefining gravity and what it actually is or isn't. I mean, because that technology, like it kind of gravity is totally different than it's not a. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's not correct. That's all I can say. Look up Ken's videos.
Well, from what I deduced, and it makes perfect sense, is what he's speaking about, and what seems to be like more probable and logical, is that we've been taught that gravity is a pulling force, right?
Yeah.
But actually, it's got to do with density. And the more dense an object is, the more it exerts pressure upon its surroundings.
Mm-hmm. And this is the
So it's
same
got to do
thing.
with pressure gradients.
Yeah, and this is the same thing with magnetism. When two objects attract, this is not because of some magnetic force pulling like the negative to the positive. This is because actually both sides of the magnet are meeting at a place with a, I think the lowest or highest it's about pressure and temperature, like the density around the air pressure and the temperature. It's
Because
going to
those two
meet at the
items
point.
are the same density.
They're seeking
They
like a
want to
place
be.
of some sort of, I don't know if it's neutral air pressure and temperature or low air pressure. They're seeking like just a point with a specific air pressure and temperature to meet at. Has nothing to do with like attraction to one or the other. And this is the same principle, I think, that comes around when you get to gravity.
Gravity needs motion as well. Well, I think we could say that motion is a product of what we could call gravity. Maybe because of these different pressure
Here,
gradients, there is movement because
Ken would
it's trying
love.
to reestablish that norm.
I have a paper actually, like a little 2-page document from him that he would actually probably really like if we tried to teach or tried to read, if we want to look at it. It has pictures, so it's easy to understand. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of what they taught us is just basically wrong. And like you say, they want to introduce us to the truth, but before they can fully introduce us to the truth, they have to have us all brainwashed. And those that aren't brainwashed, they've got to be linked into the AI system. They've got to have control of our minds to a certain degree before they can, okay, now we can take away the other lie and give you the truth. Because now they're ready to disclose that they've got all this teleportation technology that they've been hiding from us, and Stargate technology and this and that, whatever else they've got hidden in the basement. They want to bring it out of the basement. They don't want to have to hide it forever, but they just need us to be controllable so that when they stop hiding it, they've got us where they want us.
Exactly. I'm trying to see which one of these I could share one of these really quickly. Maybe we could look at one of them. This is like a
Yeah, brother.
three-page.
Yeah.
This is a 3-page one that was his Key to the Universe, Cosmic Unity one, which is a little bit harder to understand, but it's much shorter. Maybe me and you could parse it out a little bit and figure it out. Let's see. Share screen. And it is Cosmic Unity.
Yeah, good old Ken Wheeler. He definitely shares a lot of like valid and worthwhile information. No doubt. If you can make it bigger.
And let me go move it over to the screen and see if I can go full screen. That better? Oh no, shit.
If you just zoom in,
There we
can't
go.
you just? Yeah. There we go. Let me take this away.
So let's see what he has here. So the hyperboloid moving towards increasing energy, contracting, anti-Cartesian, acceleration, anti-spatial, vortex. So the hyperboloid is the hourglass.
Right.
The
The
torus,
donuts,
yeah, that's
toric field.
the torus is the donut, spatial Cartesian force expanding. So basically, I think this is like he says this is like a loop, and I think this is what he considers like basically how energy travels from the metaphysical to physical universe. Let's see what else he says here. See, some of his stuff, it's like, it's like, what? It's just, it's difficult. You have to like, and he even speaks and he acts like he's speaking simply, but he's not. But I mean, this right here is like isn't this like the right hand rule with the three directions here?
Interesting.
I think that's what that secretly hides.
What is the purple writing?
Where is purple?
Where you got that that the edge of the cube below you, where you there, just there, that edge of the cube, the three lines, the blue above us.
Here?
No, if we there's a picture in the top of the screen. If we go up a little more, beyond that, there's
this thing right here.
Yeah, that thing. So there's direction, there's electric field, and then there's something else.
Magnetic field.
Okay. Okay. Electric field, magnetic field, direction. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, and when you like really, because all right, so
and you notice it's the edge of a cube.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying I think this is like the right hand rule when you see like the Masons put their fingers and they do like they point forward, they have their middle finger pointing to the right, they have their thumb pointing up, their index pointing forward. I'm pretty sure it has to do with this. This is like that, what it really represents. But here I think he's talking about how you get from light or sound into matter. So what do we have here? 3 energy capacitance barriers in the universe. C is less than, under barrier, open, loose, torus, propagating. So it's a propagating field. If it's over barrier, it's a closed loop. It's a non-propagating field. Okay, I mean, compound force and inertia, geometry is light, plus matter. Force geometry, torus, increasing energy, arrest inertia.
Yeah,
this is like this is not probably the right form to have, but basically I think what he's trying to say here is like as you come against pressure. Hold on a second.
I mean, we're talking about the polarization of matter here, which is really a reflection of light, right? Because everything then becomes a capacitor, and capacitors become polarized because they are reflecting this light. So light is polarity, is it not? It is what is polarizing everything. The sun creates polarity on the earth, for example. Lightning.
And I believe it's as it hits a certain capacitance and it starts to solidify and it becomes matter. And that's, I think, the point of this. But I'm finding it hard to remember this whole the language he uses in this, and because he really tried to put this in a few pages. So let's get out of this because Ken would be needed to explain that. He has like a definitions sheet, which is much longer and much easier to understand, but it would be a bit of a read right now. I would say go to one of his YouTube videos if people want to and download the definitions one. This one's a little difficult if you don't have the definitions in front of you for what he's talking about. Yeah. Because he's kind of using shorthand there.
But I think everybody knows who Ken Wheeler is, and if you don't, you should go and check him out. He's definitely got some really interesting ideas, and he does a lot of actual experiments with magnets.
Mm-hmm.
So he actually does the experiments. He actually gets some mercury. He actually shows you what's going on. He actually does things physically in front of you for the camera, and he seems like he's pretty much for real. I don't think he's lying or playing a trick photography or anything. He seems like when he's doing things, he's doing it. And So, anyway, he's an interesting character to look at for those that are interested in looking at this. But bottom line is they've like hijacked our notion of what reality is. They've hijacked our physics. They've hijacked our history. They've hijacked our social studies. They've now taught us that sexuality is what we imagine it to be, right? Like sex is what we decide it to be. And what will be the next thing is, well, what human is what we decide it to be, right? Like if a human is a different form, then that's fine. Let human be a different form. So
Yeah, I found a better quote from him in this other thing, and it's all particles are capacitance threshold light, which is kind of what I was just saying.
yeah,
But basically, this is hydrogen, he's saying. So it's capacitance threshold hydrogen. Hydrogen in the form of light. Once it hits a capacitance, once it hits a threshold, it turns into matter. All matter is turned into light at a certain threshold. That's what this basically is saying. And this is proven to be true. They did this in I can't
fire.
remember what university did this when they shot the two high energy point source lasers at each other and they made hydrogen from the lasers. Yeah.
But like even fire is reflecting this principle,
Mm-hmm.
matter can turn into light. That's what fire is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Candles. We've been using these principles for like a long time, inadvertently, not stopping to think like, why is there light coming out of matter?
Well, yeah, and also with
Why is
why
the
does
matter turning into light?
also it's like
Which just
why,
happens to be an easy thing to transform.
and then there's like why do you hear a sound when something goes a certain speed? Where's that sound coming from? Like why does breaking the speed of sound give you a sonic boom?
That's interesting.
Because it's
It's
not
interesting
an
to think that
emission. Because you're
molecules,
disturbing a medium basically at a certain pressure and temperature,
yeah,
and that medium
makes
is the
sense.
ether.
Yeah, the medium can't keep up with you,
Mm-hmm.
so
Or
you're breaking
it
medium.
can't be, it's like destabilizes basically. And then you
And
get
this
that.
is why we look at like light speed travel as like an idea of time travel.
Well, in light speed travel, there really is no speed of light. There's no constant speed of light. It's going to change based on pressure and temperature.
Well, that's exactly. But I think like when one is traveling at the speed of whatever speed of light is, and I agree with you. I don't believe it's consistent. I think it depends on where and when you are as to what the speed of light is. I've always believed that. Though I mean, if you can get yourself to move at that speed or close to that speed, then you completely dematerialize.
Hmm.
Which means that, like, you know, what does that mean about if you're going faster than that, then are you moving backwards in time? Just an interesting concept, you know?
Yeah, no, definitely.
And this is what all of our time travel sci-fi has been about. And it's funny that they've sort of insinuated that moving past a certain speed can actually cause you to rupture the time vacuum, which is an interesting concept. It's Back to the Future. That's what it was. That car's got to get to a certain speed, doesn't it?
Yeah, 88 miles per hour.
And it's got to have a certain generator on board.
Flux capacitor.
Yeah. So it's got to have a flux capacitor and it's got to move at that speed. Like, are they actually telling us quite a lot there?
Well, it's almost like the speed is a frequency that they want you to hit.
Yeah.
And I
You
mean,
need to have that right flux at that speed in order to be able to break through.
here Ken says, ergo, the notion of speed of light is anti-intellectual nonsense. A wave in a medium is not an emission, rather a disturbance with a frequency. Said frequency is always translatable to the capacitance of the same.
Yeah.
And he says all energy emissions, wrongly called energy, are curvilinear centrifugal force manifestations or fields. It's all fields.
Yeah, Druga has a problem with me because I'm always talking about fields. He's like,
Everything.
you're always talking about this astral field. What is that?
Oh well,
What's this
that's. I mean, that's like
etheric
more of a.
field?
That's
What is
more of
that?
a.
What's this
That's more
causal
of a.
field?
That's
Because
more
it's a
of a.
field. It's a body, but it's a field.
Yeah,
You know?
and that's more of a metaphysical principle too, a spiritual principle, which he seems to have problems with all spiritual principles, which is fine.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that like this is what the science, when we really start looking at it, seems to suggest as well. Like, obviously, it's not definitive. Science is a bit of a cult. I think it's one of the big religions, but at the same time, there's something to be gained from it. Like I'm not one to believe in throwing the baby out of the bathwater, but at the same time, I'm not going to drink that baby's bathwater.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they like, I mean, this is one of the things that Ken hooked me with when he was like, they can't define what a wave is. They think it's a thing. They think a wave is a thing instead of what something does. But that's retarded. It's literally retarded. Like this isn't like this is not a wave. My hand is waving. So when you call a wave, like you make it into a thing, it's an action. It's not a noun. So
Yes.
what is creating the wave? What is waving through the field? They have no idea. Most mainstream scientists have no idea what they're talking about. They're just
Well,
repeating stuff.
this is interesting. Like I've always thought of like first thing when I was like a child and they drew this thing and I was like, that flat thing looks a bit flat to me. And then when you start noticing that it's like this, oh, it's like beating like a heart. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a living thing beating like a heart.
Exactly.
And then how fast that heart is beating is the wavelength and that squiggle. And so everything in the universe is beating like a heart, which means that it exists, it doesn't exist. It exists, it doesn't exist. It exists, it doesn't exist. It exists, it does. So antimatter is continually antimatter, matter, antimatter, matter, antimatter, but really, really, really fast. So everything is vibrating, and that vibrating is coming out, going in, coming out, going in. The toric field coming out and going in. So it's oscillating between the out cycle and the in cycle. We think of them as happening independently at the exact same time, but maybe it's one, maybe it's binary, out, in, out, in, out, in, like sex. Right? And everything is that. And so everything's modeled on that. Atoms are vibrating. Hearts doing the same thing. And you notice how the heart beats. It beats like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's a torus.
Mm-hmm.
It's a toric field. And what's going through, because of the way it beats, because it's got these 4 different bandwidths of muscle, and they twitch at a different speed. So it like does that.
It's like a vortex.
Yeah. It doesn't just pump. It squeezes the blood, and the blood then spirals through the system at like that phi ratio spiral. So that's why we can maintain the blood pressure. Otherwise, like our system would go psss, yeah.
These
But
are
because it's
refractions and
spiraling,
compressions.
it keeps it together.
Yeah.
The pressure on the outside is not more than it should be, more than it can handle.
And this is like basically the universe being reflected, a reflection of the internal human body. Like everything is a reflection. I mean, and this is why you don't insert AI or technology into something that is already fucking perfect.
That is the end game. They want to dement what's perfect and make it imperfect so they can control it. And we are in the way.
And then they think they can become gods this way. And it never works. And it
It's
never
not
will.
gonna happen. All that they will do is they will trap themselves in the eighth sphere.
Yeah. Or trap everyone in the eighth sphere and screw screw us all.
You know, the one thing you're talking about that they can't change us on a soul level.
Hopefully.
I think this is why morals matter and ethics. And because if we lose our moral compass, then we can become aligned with things that, to me, morals and ethics is like a man-made copy of nature's law. And nature's law is a biological law of life, of understanding those 7 principles of Hermes and that they fit together in a single structure. And so when we're in alignment with it, like, you won't find a lion seeing something that's not a threat to it, just going out and going, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna off you. You know, they, like, if they need to eat, they off something to eat it. There's like a law in nature. You'll find predators and non-predators together when they don't need. Like, there's this rule in nature that everything sort of cooperates. Everything exists together. And if there wasn't that cooperation, so that they want us to believe that, what's that word? Codependence is toxic, right? But codependence is nature's rule. We are in a state of codependence, but we're in a state of healthy codependence. And so you get this vampiric codependence, which is like a vampire creature in the body that's like living off of your body and basically unaliving you, or the healthy codependence of the gut bacteria, of the probiotic gut that keeps your immune system healthy, because its survival depends upon you and your survival depends upon it.
Well,
So
I have a perfect example of what you're saying right now, in the health sense. If you look at corpses, I believe I want to say 1800s and before, no cavities. No cavities.
no what?
Cavities in their teeth.
They didn't eat poison.
No processed sugars, no candy, no poison. Exactly. Shouldn't be possible. Shouldn't be. That's totally reversed of what we're told.
Yeah. Our
And
diets.
also, like, there's a whole book on this regarding the teeth, and like orthodontists weren't needed for a reason, because you could actually shape your teeth without braces. You could fix crooked teeth. Exercises, eating properly, proper posture. There's tons of things that go into it. But I think it was more rare in the past to see teeth the way we see teeth now. That's another thing. But
I suppose it also has to do with
you teach people that, and then all the orthodontists go out of business, and dentists go out of business.
Maybe since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution or the Industrial Age, our genetics has been getting weakened because of toxicity and genetic codes breaking down and morals and ethics. Because, like, the genetic code is reflecting who you are.
Yeah.
And that reflects who you are physically. So if you change who you are chronically, then your genetic code will have to change chronically to allow who you are to manifest here.
And this is proven through epigenetics.
This is a consciousness thing that's manifesting the body.
Yeah, and we see this in epigenetics. Like,
Yeah.
when you've I mean, obviously people have done like the test even with food, when they say negative things to a bottled thing of rice and positive things to a bottle of a sealed bottle of rice, the negative bottle of rice will go moldy before. But I mean, I know there have been biologists who have done the tests with the cell cultures, and they've had it based on just what they were trying. Like, I guess they would combine it with like muscle tissue, and then all the cells would create muscle tissue. And there's various factors that go into the whole epigenetic thing, including language. But it's language and environment affect your genetics way more than people want you to believe they do. And that also includes what you tell yourself every single day when you wake up in the morning, what you're told about yourself.
And the unconscious, what you allow the Hollywood entertainment to tell you about how your body needs to be upgraded.
Yeah. I remember Mark Passio said the one thing when he was in the Church of Satan and he was a priest. He said the one thing they were never allowed to talk about was epigenetics. Wasn't allowed.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So like this whole, I had this argument with somebody in 2004 in a park. And I was talking about how genetics is in a state of evolution. And by evolution, I don't mean Marx, I mean adaptation. And he was like, no, that's not the science. The science is that genetics is fixed. And I was like, hold a moment, And this whole epigenetics means that the very genetics can change, right?
Yeah,
you can change your genetics, your thoughts, and your genetics will change your thoughts.
Epigenetics control, I think, more of the like what is expressed genetically via the individual than their actual the regular genetics. So like regular genetic, I guess, disturbances or traits you inherit from your parents have less an effect on how you will develop than the epigenetics. So which are like epigenetic programming from your environment, from the things you believe subconsciously, the things you're told, things that are repeated, where you grew up, around.
Well, brother, it's been a lovely discussion. I see we've been nailing 4 hours and 6 minutes. I don't know how we did it. It was supposed to be 1 or 2 hours.
Jesus.
It must be late for you. I got to work.
Like 2:13. Girlfriend's going to be home in like an hour from work, so I'm all good.
Well, I've also got to run and get into my work and everything else. I can't believe it's midday already for me.
I know, man. I know. But
it's lunchtime. I skipped breakfast.
Eat, man. You got to eat. Get some food in you. Thank you for doing this with me tonight. I know that we had that. I should have thought that the days would be confused yesterday. I wasn't even thinking until it was too late, so I apologize.
Me too. I thought about it afterwards, like, duh. He said it's going to be his night, my morning.
And I was like, oh wait, he said now he's the morning after.
Yeah. we both fell into that sleep trance. It happens, brother.
I know.
But it was a lovely discussion, a lovely conversation. Thank you. We will definitely have to maybe pick up where we left off.
Epigenetics. Absolutely. Maybe if Gabe wants to come on next time and throw some of his weaves in or something, we could always invite people on to weave in more stuff with us. But if not, me and you, we'll keep rolling.
Man. Yeah, man. So should we do it same time next week?
What is next week? Tuesday of next week? Yeah, I should be able to.
Is that a good time? We can start half an hour later if it's easier for you.
Let's do same time next week. Here, let's talk on Telegram because I might be leaving on Friday to go work in New Jersey for a week. So let me make sure I'm not leaving sooner than that. I don't think I am. Tuesday should be fine. Let's plan on Tuesday, and maybe if we have to move it to Sunday or something and you want to do it Sunday, whatever time,
we'll figure it out.
But we'll figure it out. Let's plan Tuesday for now.
Okay. I suppose your Sunday is my Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You see, this is
yeah.
Big love,
So
brother. Yeah, that could work. So we can
yeah,
figure
but
it
I
out.
think Tuesday should be fine now that I think about it. I think I'm not leaving till the week after. I have to look. I'm trying to think what the date is. I should be fine. Let's plan on Tuesday for now, and I'll let you know if otherwise.
Sweet, brother. Well, much love to you. Big
Yeah, you too,
blessings.
brother. You too. I had a good time, man. Thank you for
I loved
talking with
it.
me.
I loved it. And thank
Absolutely.
you, as always, honor and respect. It's an honor being on the space with you. Take
Always,
it
always.
easy.
You
I
too,
hope
brother.
you and your girlfriend have a lovely evening.
Thank you, man.
And much
Enjoy
love,
the
man.
rest of your day out there.
Oh, one question while you're here. How's what's going on? You're in California. Can you give us an update? Like, what are you seeing on the ground, boots on the ground?
With the fires and stuff? Or
Well,
what?
yeah. I mean, have they opened up the place? Is have they come and
Well,
knocked down everything? Have the
it seems like
moguls taken over California? Is it
it
a
seems
smart
like
city building?
it seems like they're starting to, I guess, rebuild and stuff. I'm not near much of the stuff, so I haven't seen any of the devastation people have had to undergo and deal with. But I heard on the radio today that they were warning people about mud floods coming in. I don't know if they use mud floods or mud flooding coming in from the mountains this week on Thursday and Friday in the Palisades, and I think maybe one of the other areas where there were bad fires, which is bizarre considering we haven't gotten rain apparently in however long, and now all of a sudden they're going to get so much rain after the fires that they're worrying about all these mudslides coming down and flooding. It's like, what the? It's crazy, man.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah, it does, but we'll see. Hopefully not. But aside from that, I haven't heard much. And in my area has been fine. So it's Los Angeles is so huge. I'm sure they're still dealing with a lot of nonsense though.
Well, it's good to know. Well, big
Yeah.
love to you, brother.
I'll keep you guys posted for sure if something else happens.
Well, I hope you have a great day and the rest of the week. This goes smoothly and sweetly.
You too, brother.
And
And
otherwise,
thank you to everyone who watched too. Much appreciated.
yeah, man. Thank you to all of you in the chat. I hope you guys got what you came for. Hope you enjoyed the ride. Us just flashing the verbal machines of what we think.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, much love, peace, honor, and respect.